that actually works quite well. So I decided to live stream today. I'm going to plug in this microphone. I made this phone holder thing out of some of the hardware from the awning that I'm taking out and throwing away. I use a Dremel tool to cut this little, like it's like it's like a metal piece that another metal piece slides into. Anyway, it's a good size for the phone. So I made a little phone holder, and it works well enough for me to say, you know what, I am okay with live streaming. I don't have to play around with, oh no, the phone fell over again, which is super annoying. Okay, so today's live stream is titled Typology. I thought I'd at least start by talking about typology. And there. Mr. Bobby, hello. Miss Fortune, hello. Why must you start the party when I have to eat? At least I arrived first. Well, you can party while eating. You just need to get some handheld food, Mr. Bobby, like tacos or a hamburger or something. Obviously, if you're trying to eat a bowl of soup, you can't party while eating a bowl of soup. My coworker says I'm a lot like his trainer, Tina. She's the trainer on Mirror by Lululemon. Lululemon. Okay, well, I'm not sure what Mirror by Lululemon is, but I have seen Lululemon before. They have one at the mall in Arcadia. It looks like a super boring store. I don't know why anybody would want to go there. I had a question. You did? Congratulations. What happened to it? Did you lose it, or did you already spend it on something else? Go ahead with your question. In the meantime, I will talk about a couple of things that I was musing about outside. Which type has preferred to not publish their session the most? Probably SI DOMs. Maybe, yeah, usually it's SI DOMs more than anybody else. There's a lot of ISFJs and ISTJs that don't get published. Generally, they think there's something else coming in, too. And they're not convinced at the end of the session either, so, you know. I've been outside doing chore stuff. I've been chipping away at this wall, and made me start thinking about SE somewhat and the mias in it. It's a fitness mirror. His wife got it for him. He showed me her mannerisms. He said he finally figured it out once he noticed my speaking in mannerisms. Not a bad thing. Oh, good. How to decipher between ENFJ and INFJ? Well, the simple answer to that is one of them is SI polar and one of them is TE polar, and you've got good tests for both available. So distinguishing between ENFJ and INFJ should not be especially difficult, but that's if you do it right. If you go by affect, I guess I'd put this over here. That way you can see us both at least, I think. I'll be able to see if you can see us both in a second. No, you can see neither of us. That's wonderful. Okay, how about now? You can see the bottom. There, you can see both of us now. Yes, you can. So, it's like an INFJ will give you certain kinds of answers to TE questions. And TE questions include, like, the pizza timing question. You got two pizzas, one oven, one timer. One pizza takes 25 minutes, the other takes 20 minutes. How do you get them to both finish cooking at the same time? So the INFJ I typed today actually gave a good answer, although it didn't answer the question I asked, because I said, how do you get them to end at the same time? And he said he would just put the timer for 25 minutes and take one out when there's 5 minutes left. Well, that doesn't have them ending at the same time. But regardless, it was better than I thought a TE polar person would answer it. But then when I asked the haircut question, giving yourself a haircut into steps, and when I asked the troll question, it was very obvious that the person was TE polar, because, first of all, nobody but TE polar people with the troll question say things like, oh, I guess, I just got to suck it up. Or they say, well, let me try to negotiate with the troll. And then they can't get a good deal. So they go, well, move? I don't know. Everybody just needs to ELOS. So that's very TE polar. And order of operations stuff is their blind spot. So you can see that by asking order of operations type questions. With ENFJ, SI is their blind spot. So you can see that by asking things like, to ask them to recount moments, can you remember a time when man described the event to me? Those kind of things. When you ask them for answers to specific questions about what they did today, for example, they're likely to give you answers like, well, usually I'm even though you asked specifically about today. That's SI polar. INFJs don't have great SI either. But another thing that's interesting is INFJs, like the one today, and Rachel as well, and Corey, my friend Corey, they seem to have, and Boba Fett obviously, seem to have a lot more actual problems with sleep, or that part of SI at least, sleep, than do ENFJs. ENFJs don't get much sleep maybe, but they don't feel like they're getting too little. Whereas INFJs have a lot of trouble going to sleep, and it's because, of course, they're observationally oriented is part of it. In other words, their default setting is receptive to whatever. So, what's the absence of whatever? Sleep. Anyway, I wanted to talk a little bit about SE because I've been knocking the concrete off of the wall. SE is interesting. It's interesting how unconscious I am about it. Like, it surprises me that chipping cement off the wall is actually very technique heavy. You like to do sleep, not fall asleep? All right. And take a more active approach to sleep. The thing is, the concrete chips off the wall in accordance with some quality of the concrete itself, some quality of the wall behind it. In other words, like, when the wall behind it's really smooth, then it's easier to get it off. When the wall behind it is pitted, then it's harder to get it off, right? But so it's like, it turns out that the easiest way to get that shit off, insanely, is with this little jeweler's hammer. But you gotta hit it. If you hit it at the right angles, and you're reading like the concrete, the quality of the concrete, then it'll pop off and like chips or go flying, right? But if you hit it at slightly the wrong angle, then it won't. Or if you hit it from the wrong direction too, you have to hit it towards where there's no concrete, and then it'll chip off easily. Well, SE for me is so unconscious that this kind of shocked me as I gradually, over the course of weeks now, have continued working on this wall. Kind of shocked me that there could possibly be any technique to something like that. Well, of course, there's technique to everything like that. SE is embedded in every task that you do that requires any kind of physical meowing. And that's part of the unconsciousness of it for me, is that I assume that, oh, this takes no skill or technique or anything, even though it definitely does, and I'm getting better at it over time. Of course, the wall's also getting more difficult to chip at over time as I've harvested all the low-hanging fruit. So I'll probably bust out the pressure washer again and give it another shot at the wall, but really it just seems like, well, last time I did it and I was trying to get the hard parts with the pressure washer, it did not seem faster than the hammer. So obviously the hammer requires a little bit of muscle, but this muscle right here, this forearm muscle, I don't know what it's called, is getting stronger, and it's also like gets sore after a while. Now what I'd like to do is prepare something to eat because I'm getting quite hungry. Rachel, what would you like to eat? Or do you have any preference, or you're not hungry, or what?
I was thinking I was gonna eat a sweet and sour chicken, but you had that for
Oh, that was the last one?
no. I was, but you had one for
Oh, yeah, I don't want another sweet and sour chicken.
yeah.
That muscle is not called the meniscus, Ruben. um, all right, well, let's go look into the freezer, everybody, and see what Eric wants to make for dinner. It's not like I really want to make or eat food. It's just that I can tell I'm hungrier than is desirable. All right, I'm gonna have this chicken parm, okay? These are our favorite ones. I accidentally bought all those vegetable lasagnas last time, so. Okay, wait, how many minutes is this one? 8. Okay, chicken parmesan. Time to cook. Where's time cook? Okay. 8 minutes. Start. I pushed timer instead of time cook because I can't see because I don't have my glasses on. Very frustrating. Of course, I have that go around your neck thing now for my glasses, but I keep taking them off for some reason. I keep taking it off from around my neck. I'm not quite sure why, but I guess I'm just not accustomed to having something around my neck, so I just kind of unconsciously take it off when I'm not thinking about it. Um, I was in magnet school for the medical field and memorized all the bones and muscles in the body purely for the test and then never thought about them again. Well, that's because that's the sort of thing that you can always look up. Why would you want to memorize it? I guess now that we have the internet, the world is a different place. SI is not as useful as it once was in a practical sense because you can look everything up. When I was in school, I also played with magnets. Okay, now, what I would like I have to put this up here somehow. I don't think it's going to work, though. I should have drilled a hole in this thing so I could just put it on that. It's weird how important it is to have something that makes it higher, too. It's like, I always imagine, oh, I'll just find some place to set it down on. There's no place to set it down on, you know? Yeah, well, that's ENFJ MO. Why do I need to memorize anything? I'll just ping whoever knows it when I need to access the information. Okay, now it's time for bong rips. Is there anybody in attendance here today who would like a transubstantiated bong rip? And if so, are you sure you can handle it? Speaking of typology, interesting things. If anybody wants to watch a show with a well-written INTP character, I started watching, Rachel and I asked her to watch a couple episodes too because I thought she'd like it. Odd Taxi on Crunchyroll.
Yeah.
It's a very interesting cartoon. Hi, Becky T.
Hi, Becky T.
And she was in an electromagnet school. Okay, now I'm going to scoop some of this into this with my scooper. Now, I will transubstantiate this bong rip to the newly arrived Becky T. By the powers vested in me, by the fiery flames of Yale's truth, do I hereby transubstantiate this bong rip from my lungs to your brain, Becky T. Okay, Ruben, I'm gonna boof substantiate this one. It's transubstantiating it into your butt. You can get high from your butt. Now, you can put pills up there and get high. Can you get high by pulling a bong rip with your butt? That I don't know. But we'll find out right now. Ruben will be our test subject. You're our guinea pig. Bend over, spread your cheeks, and make your butthole as wide open as possible. I hereby transubstantiate this bong rip to Ruben's butt. Would you like to pull one? Oops.
Yes.
Oh, Ruben's been pulling bong rips with his butt for years, I guess.
Wow.
I think I'm gonna get something like a box or something to put here to set this up on so it's a little taller up. What could I put it on? Let's see. Nothing in this yet. Except for that. There. Can you still see Rachel? I can't see the phone, but this holder is part of the problem. So, or you can just see like the very top of her head. There. Maybe that'll help. Let's just put that there, and then let's just put this like so. There. That's better. Now you can see both of our heads. So, I tell you what. Let's go smoke that and a cigarette outside.
Sure.
And then when we come back in, probably my chicken parmesan will be done. Yeah, boofing bong rips is like you get 3 times as high. So that's why, Ruben. Boofing bong rips sounds like The name of an ill-fated startup in a state that's recently legalized marijuana. Show media. Hello. How are you? Are you showing media to me? No. I'm showing media to you. Actually, I'm not showing media to you. You're watching media. I'm just showing it to nobody in particular, I guess, you know. Showing it to YouTube, and then if anybody wants to see it, then they have to come watch it. I don't so much show it. I'm more of a media grower than a media shower. But, you know, I'll take the title of shower if you want. I don't, as long as it doesn't come with any duties or obligations. Do you ever have veal parmesan? No, not maybe a long time ago or something, but I don't know. You don't see veal on the menu very often anymore at restaurants. Certainly, I'm not going to make it myself. I'm not going to make anything that complicated. Are ENFJs considered alpha, and why? You mean like alpha males? Um, Probably not, because they uphold reciprocity too much to be considered alpha males. Like, they're not gonna. Well, I don't know. It's like Kanye West would be an ENFJ who maximally displays as alpha male. Um, that's about as alpha male as an ENFJ is gonna get. Maybe Billy Joel, you know. But by and large, ENFJs utilize sort of communitarian skills rather than competitive skills. And alpha male is a term that usually refers to guys who embrace the competitive half of things, you know, and can view themselves as victors in that competition. So I think being an alpha male is a little bit too not pro-social for ENFJs to fully embrace. Although you can see in Kanye it's possible. There's that thing, this quote. I don't know. It's like a Dave Chappelle intro or something where he talks about Kanye getting a phone call while he was at the in Dave Chappelle's show's studio or whatever, and that makes me think like, okay, that's some serious big dick energy that Kanye was wielding then. But most people aren't that unconditionally validated in their processes at a young age and for a while. That's gonna affect an ENFJ's affect, because obviously they can't trust other people's FE to meaningfully inform them about themselves. You know, like famous people surround themselves with people who tell them they're a genius all the time. They're not going to be very good at checking themselves before they reckon themselves. You don't like the term BDE? Well, I guess there's reasons why I don't like it as well. I think in general, like, you know, well, it's just like I said the other day. People like talk about somebody's penis size, but the truth is, every man's penis is lots of different sizes. It changes all the time what size it is. You know? So in general, I agree with you that that status afforded that sort of thing makes me uncomfortable, as it seems kind of ontologically assaultive. But it does express a clear idea of the guy who's walking around like, it's, like he's the biggest pimp in the world and the shit don't stink, you know, and or like I'm the one who's going to be giving orders here. There's also that kind of te dom kind of alpha male. Like, you know, if you watch enough Naked and Afraid, you see plenty of te dom males come in and immediately start saying, okay, just sort of giving orders to the chick. You know, it happens a lot. So, does that qualify as alpha male? I'm not sure because the problem is it doesn't play well in FE circles, and you know, but in other contexts, you know, obviously ENTJs are probably have, have a high correlation with alpha male. I I don't really like those terms, alpha male, beta male, whatever, but if I had to pick one that applied to me, it would definitely be beta, not alpha. And yet, around here, well, I guess in life in general, probably other people would describe me as, maybe they describe me as an alpha male type. I'm not sure. That's why I don't like those terms. It's too hard. It's not meaningfully defined in a way that you can distinguish between somebody who's like confident and not push aroundable versus somebody who's trying to dictate the course of everything, you know? Those are different things. Maybe you're more Sigma. Yeah, I guess I'm not really sure what Sigma male means. But I see, I think it's like you're a loner, right? But I'm definitely not a loner. I think of Sigma, I guess, as being loner. I'm with company-er.
I'm trying to like think about how I feel initially in a crowded room with new people. I'm trying to think about how I feel initially in a room with new people. I could say like in classes and stuff, I usually stick towards like the back of the room. I always hope that I make friends.
What about in a crowd like at the fair when you were looking at those rings and stuff and there's just a lot of people around but you're not engaging them?
Well, it depends. If I was by myself,
Meow.
I guess I'm fine. I would just be looking at the stuff and like using my FE. But like when it was starting to get really crowded at the end, then it was like, it was the right time to go. Like, I would go at that time. Like, when it gets too crowded, I leave.
Probably for my food. Meow. Meow. Okay, I won't pet you then. But you're saying words, so I think you want me to do
I
something.
know. Me too. Meow.
Of course, I'm saying words, and I don't want you to do anything. So I don't know why. I would presume that you saying words means you want me to do something.
That's true. Yeah.
Meow. Oh, Mr. Man. You're so too big for up here.
Yeah, you're way too big for up here. So, should we get Trouble a bigger bed?
No,
I
there's,
know.
there's, they, you just have to trust their judgment on these
Okay.
things. If Capia's sleeping in that bed and Trevor's sleeping in that bed, even though they're not the ones we intended, it's because they're happy with that
Oh,
arrangement,
okay,
you know?
okay. I didn't know that Trouble was using the blue bed.
Yeah, he was sleeping in there like all night last night.
Oh, wow.
He,
That's
he
good.
didn't even come to bed with me.
That's great.
He likes that bed. The only,
Good, good,
the
good.
only question I
We're
have
gonna.
is should we put them right next to each other or not?
I think we should. Because he does like to, like, he does lay next to her.
And should we just put them in front of that thing right there?
That would be adorable.
I think we should just put it in front of
Yeah.
there. Yeah, okay. So I'll do that right now.
That's SE, guys.
Yeah, that's SE right. There it is. I'll do that right now as SE. It's greatly empowered by amphetamines, and I gotta say, Vyvanse is so much better than Adderall. Oh my God!
Is. I like Vyvanse a lot. Like, I.
I can't move that one. She's in
I
it.
know. I.
Here, let's just show the people.
Doesn't she look so regal?
She's a little loaf in the middle of a thing. Hello, my name's Cleo. Thank you for joining me today. Today on Kitty in a Circle, we're going to be discussing how to attain more sheen and body in your fur, the difference between meow and meow, and other important topics. Special guest Trouble has arrived. Trouble, what are your thoughts on? Oh, he's left already. Okay, well, thanks for visiting, Trouble. This is Capio's talk show. She's an ISTJ, so she doesn't really have that many things to say about ideas. So she kind of just tells about her day. You know, like first in the morning, I was inside, and then I used the litter box, and I wanted to go outside, but the garage door wasn't open, so I had to scratch at the front door, and I went outside, and I noticed there's some birds that hang out in this one area, so I built a snare. I built a spring snare out of a young sapling and some twine I had woven from nearby reeds.
That's our Pia.
Is salmon or tuna better for a shiny coat? Well, I'm a big tuna fan myself, and I also like whitefish, ocean whitefish. Don't like mayonnaise, no. I'm a cat, so I'm not a huge fan of all kinds of human foods, but even even a dog understands that mayonnaise is gross. You're so right, Capio. You are so right. Although I don't appreciate your racism against dogs, but I'm not racist against dogs, okay? They just suck. Capio, that's what I'm talking about. That is racist against dogs. Just because we don't have any dogs that live with us doesn't mean dogs aren't cool.
Can I have the lighter, please?
Yes.
Thank
Except dogs aren't cool. Don't put mayo or an egg on their fur, but you can whip up a raw egg in a dash of water or milk and put this in a bowl for them to eat. You would not get past me. Well, our cats don't eat very much. Trouble eats more than, in terms of variety, Trouble eats more than Capio does.
Pia is interesting. Like, she likes to lick our drinks.
Yeah,
sometimes.
she'll get her face in our drinks and.
Yeah, and then if we have potato chips, she'll lick the potato chips because she likes the taste of the salt, I think.
Yeah, she likes the taste of the salt.
Yeah, so she licks. So Trouble eats our food, but Capio licks our drinks and she licks our chips.
And Trouble only eats like a bite or two of it. He doesn't eat a whole bunch of it. They both prefer number one favorite food is, perhaps unsurprisingly, cat food. Now dogs are way different though, right? Like dogs much prefer human food to dog food. But cats, they're picky. They want a food that's specially formulated for them. Okay, so there, that's enough cord for me, I guess. I could back up. Let me go on this side of you, Rachel, so maybe I don't get so much smoke on you, and then we'll turn this a little bit like this. Ah, there we go. We look like a real American couple now, don't we?
We do.
Hi, we're husband and wife team Eric and Rachel, and today we're going to show you how to turn this old fixer-upper into a hot market property on Flipping Those Guys. One of those kind of shows, you know?
Those kind of shows and couples doing them are very popular.
They are popular. Well, they're going to be popular with the ESFJs because the couples dynamic. They're going to be popular with the ESTJs because it's going to be about the kind of shit they're interested in. Popular even with me because it's kind of this longing for SI that comes with fourth slot SI, you know.
For me, it's like I like to see the aesthetics that they bring. Also, you know, the emotional stuff gets me sometimes too.
Yeah, but I still maintain that it's like that's a pretty repeatable format of show, right? Like
Yeah, it is.
either somebody buying a house, flipping it, and showing the before and after and the process, etc. Or like they used to have like this thing called the show called Surprise Home Makeover or something like that.
Yeah.
And they like trick the person like, oh, you want a trip to whatever, and they'd go away on their free trip to wherever,
right,
and
yeah.
then this team would come in and redo one of their rooms, like usually like the living room or a bedroom and a bathroom or something like that, you know, not the whole house. But anyway, well, they kind of would like make little changes throughout the whole house, but to make like if they sort of changed the look so that now like circles were a theme, then they'd put a circle accent in places of the house they didn't change, you know, like that kind of shit. I used to watch that show. That's pretty good. I liked that show, but it's nowhere near as repeatably enjoyable as the format of Naked and Afraid. That is the most infinitely repeatable show in the history of mankind. They can continue making Naked and Afraid forever, and you'll never get tired of it because it inherently has so much going for it in terms of bringing genuine, interesting stuff to the viewer. You know. It's got built-in tension maker between the two people. They're naked strangers together for 21 days and in the wilderness. So, I mean, that's definitely going to put some immediate strain on any partnership. Like, they should do that in that home makeover. They have to do all the work naked. That would make it
That's like
more interesting.
stressful.
Yeah. Then they have to really worry about hurting themselves with a nail gun,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah.
I mean, in Naked and Afraid, people get injured. Why can't we have that in home makeover? Injuries. Injuries is entertainment. I guess because power tool injuries are a little more gruesome.
Yeah, probably.
I've had a power tool injury before. I told you this, of course, but I belt sanded my middle finger. That was pretty, pretty like, that's horrible.
Oh,
you know. But who knows what kind of crazy, stupid project I was working on? I don't even remember. I think I must have been gonna paint, so I was sanding. You know, um, that'll put a delay in your plans. If you get your finger stuck between the belt and the top part, grinding on your nail down to nothing like that.
yeah.
I'm lucky it got that way actually, because it ground nail down from the top down, not the bottom. So, here's the problem that typology has. This is actually why I titled this typology, is this little notion I wanted to express. It needs to be summed up multiple times before I have it fully processed in my head as understood. But basically, the problem we have is this. People have a certain relationship with explanations. So, if if your if your relationship with explanations is one that's instrumental, that you only have explanations have value insofar as you use them for something, then typology is always going to be, you're not going to like it, because it's trying to tell you who you are, and that's not what explanations are supposed to do. They're not supposed to tell you who you are. They're supposed to let you use the explanation to do something. So if in fact because typology explains who you are rather than some external thing, it explains who other people are as well, but because it explains who you are, um, the people who have it be instrumental use it instrumentally. Okay, well, I'll get to define who I am with this thing rather than as an end in itself. I'll get to know who I am by this thing. Is very different than I'll get to define who I am by this thing. You do not get to define who you are via typology. In fact, typology robs you of much of your capacity to define who you are independent of your type. And that's a good thing because we get to actually understand people, but it's not a good thing for the individuals who use explanations instrumentally, because for them it just feels like ontological assault. You don't know me. The so it's unlike any other explanation that we can find a way to bridge the gap between the desirability of having the correct explanation explain things and the need for that explanation to be useful to people in order for them to adopt it. Normally, because you're explaining things outside of you, people can apply the explanation in some fashion um, that is useful to them. So, like, there's a ladybug over there. So, like, if I'm explaining uh, that why things never fall from the sky why things of terrestrial origin that never leave the atmosphere never fall from the sky at a rate faster than miles per hour. Somebody's explained why that's the case. And the reason it's the case is because atmosphere produces a certain amount of drag, and that limits that means there's a top speed of falling. Um, Unlike on the moon where there's no top speed of falling. So how is somebody going to apply this? Well, they're going to say, well, it says there's a top speed of falling. Maybe I could jump out of an airplane with a parachute, shit like that. But since fundamentally typology is most useful to understand yourself, it's in the sense that if you're using it to understand others, really you're understanding yourself still, because you're saying, I used to not understand how their deviation from me was okay. Now I understand how that bias is implicit to me because of my stack, and thus I'm no longer failing to understand others as much as I used to. So the thing is, if you're if you're using it instrumentally, though, that's not cool for you. You don't want to have to accept some externalities definition of you. You're the opposite of Rachel. Rachel wants only to accept external definitions of herself, at least consciously, right? So she enjoys watching videos that explain to her who she is because she values explanations in and of themselves. They help her to solidify what she just intuits otherwise. And so that's all well and good for her. She's definitely willing to accept that some external thing like this is your type and your cognitive function stack and this is what it means, that defines who she is. That's fine for her. That doesn't bother her at all. But if she were an ESFP, it would bother her a great deal because in that case, you're stomping on their fourth and eighth slot, their intuition. You're telling them intuitively, this is true, and you don't get to use your intuition to do anything here. You have to accept this intuition of another person that's correct. They don't want that at all. ESTPs too, ESTPs are kind of splitting the difference because we got TI tool, but ultimately they trust their own experience and, they keep a kind of jury still out thing about their type. Like, how many times did Mackenzie question her type before she finally sort of settled, like, okay, that's what it is? Many, many times. And the reason is because, of course, epistemologically, she and all ESPs are looking for examples as the absolute end-all of knowing rather than intuitive resonance, because it's the flip of the ENTP with the 4-5. So there's some high-quality typology content for you. I thought it was pretty good. Well, medium high quality.
I think it's good.
Thanks, Rachel.
You're welcome.
You're my mom. You don't have to say that. No, I'm just joking. I know that you don't say things to me that you don't mean.
It's true. Um, that ladybug only had one dot on it.
Only one dot.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
It means it's pretty young.
Hmm.
Yeah, well, that's what I read once.
One-dotted ladybugs are virgins?
Yeah, kinda.
It was the opposite of India. If you have a dot on your head, it means you're married. But in ladybug India, if you have one dot on you, it means you're a virgin.
Yeah, I mean, they say that what I read is that the more dots they have, the older the ladybug.
Well, Rachel says what she read is that the more dots they have, the older the ladybug. I know this mic doesn't work really well for two people talking because it's doing its job as a lavalier mic. See that? Look at that. There's blood inside of it. Whose blood is that, I wonder? Mine? Yours?
Ugh.
Some Some mammal of the forest? We don't know.
We don't know.
Is Sasquatch a mammal of the forest? Yes. Could it be Sasquatch's blood? It
Could
could
be.
be. If so, I wish we could have taken a blood sample and proved that Sasquatches exist. They say God don't make no mistakes. But as a counterexample, or as a rebuttal, I point to mosquitoes. Were they really a good idea?
Yeah, what, what idea was that? Whose idea was that?
Well,
God's?
God's, I guess.
He is an ESTJ.
He said, if I don't have some little flying creature sucking blood out of things, then I'm really just kind of wasting a resource because those things will regenerate their blood, and that's probably what God was thinking when he made mosquitoes. Or he just said, I need these around in case I need a plague. Like I'll send a, a swarm of mosquitoes the size of Chicago over ancient Egypt to punish the Egyptians for driving the Jews into the desert. I'm a little stinky because I've been doing a fair amount of hammering today. I think I should probably put on some deodorant. When I smell myself like this, I think, "Oh, Eric, you're not being hygienic enough." In case I need a plague. Yeah. Bobby likes that explanation. Okay, well, I mean, I get it, God, that you might need a plague, but and maybe that's more important to you than us not liking mosquitoes. But still, I bet you'd be hard pressed to find a single person who likes mosquitoes. So they're not your most popular creation, let's put it that way. I don't mean to be criticizing or anything, no hubris intended. I'm just engaging the interesting subject of why you decided to make mosquitoes, okay? Um, yes, this is live footage. It is bright here because we are on the West Coast, where it is currently only 6:30 p.m. Maybe mosquitoes came out of the sin of Adam and Eve. That Eve, she got us kicked out of the Garden of Eden and got us mosquitoes? Wow. Talk about a royal fuck up. I'm glad we got out of the Garden of Eden. It was boring there.
How'd you get out?
We evolved. We evolved our way out of the Garden of Eden. When we first were in the Garden of Eden, we were just like we are now, except we were unable to climb over a wall. And
Who made the wall?
God.
God made the wall.
Yeah. And then when he kicked us out of the Garden of Eden, instead of letting us go out the gate, he made us climb over the wall because we had evolved that ability within the Garden of Eden.
Did you have to have the skill of like making a ladder?
That wasn't invented till way later, Rachel.
So like, how did?
They just piled up rocks and climbed up on them. That was
Oh,
their
okay.
ladder.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the most advanced technology they had was rocks and
Yeah.
sticks.
Yeah, because at first I was like, oh, like one can stand on the shoulder of the other, but the other one has to have a way of getting over as well.
Well, chicken fighting was invented in the Garden of Eden.
Was it?
Yes. Eve would sit on Adam's shoulders, and Abel would sit on Cain's shoulders, and they'd have chicken fights.
Wow. Normally that's done in a pool. It's pretty like. You
Yeah.
gotta be pretty bored.
Well, They did it in a pond. It's like a pool.
Oh, they did do it in water.
Yeah, you can't chicken fight outside of water, Rachel. That would be called shoulder jousting.
Yeah. So I was thinking, I'm like, that's pretty brutal.
Let's teach our children to play shoulder jousting on fields. There should be a professional shoulder jousting league where people who are really good at chicken fighting can compete against each other.
I mean, they have pickleball, so.
Mm-hmm. They do have pickleball.
Was it playing devil's advocate? I can't tell.
I don't remember what we were talking about again. It's good. It's good to eat some food. It puts a little bit of pep back in your step, a little bit of vim back in your vigor. Now that we're done eating, I'm thinking Rachel would just come with me, or not, but of going out and looking at the rest of the awning stuff. I'm seeing about cutting off the tarp part and breaking it down a bit. Is that an affirmative nod?
Yes.
Good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Red cups look like a party, Bobby.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that.
Cheers.
To that. See, for like people who think that I'm not a 7, like, hello.
Well, I don't have any doubt about your 7-ness, Rachel.
I'm so glad you don't. I know that I'm a 9 first.
It's like I can tell for sure that you're on Vyvanse.
Fucking great.
That didn't used to be the case. I could tell with Adderall necessarily.
Oh wow.
Adderall. Well, I mean, I could like a third day, you'd be all kind of like super distracted or whatever, but.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Vyvanse is so much better.
Yeah, it is.
I can't, it's like,
Clean.
it's so clean.
It doesn't mess with my drugs either, like, I'm able to, like...
Can you open it?
I'm able to...
It doesn't mess with her drugs either. She says she's able to take her regular medication. Like, you're able to sleep at night, right? Yeah, I've had fine times. I have not had trouble sleeping, I've gotten plenty of sleep every night except for the first night when I got 0.
Yeah, when I took 2, I did stay up all night.
Well, that was the first night, right? Or there was also the next day you took 2 too, so.
Yeah. Yeah, I really was, like, looking for a fix.
And pretty satisfying.
Yeah, it's clean. Okay, so...
Alright. So what I need to do is get a screwdriver to take these end things off of this long thing. Here, everybody, look at this. This is what I'm trying to clean up. And as you can see, it's like a lot of stuff. So I think I need to unscrew this screw right here. And then hopefully this will come off. Okay. So let's go get a screwdriver. I mean, I did earlier today, but
That looks good.
not that recently. What am I getting? Oh yeah, screwdriver. Let's try this one. But I'll bring this big one too. Thank you, darling. Alright, I'm gonna move this gross bucket of cigarettes so I don't accidentally knock it over. Put that right there. Now, are you ready for some action and adventure? I do need the big one, actually. That's one thing. How do I get this to come off of this? Probably with a hammer. Ah! There. It came off.
Nice.
Good. Okay. Now let me see if I can get the other one off. Okay. Once again, my pants are falling down, and I have a belt, but I'm not wearing one. It's not like I don't have any belts.
Jeez.
Are you okay?
Oh. Yeah, fine.
Wow. I didn't know that was gonna explode and shoot shit out at spring-loaded velocity. Well, anyway, I managed to not hurt anybody, so that's good. Neither me nor Rachel got hit by anything. Sometimes outcomes do matter. Okay, so now I've got this pile of these things here. And this already makes a lot of progress in making things look a little bit neater. Okay. Well, get off of me, mosquito. Alright. Now you can see me, but that's not a very good solution. Okay. I guess I'm going to have to pull this thing out. Well, where is it?
It's in the tree.
I totally don't see it, but yeah,
Aww.
is it still there?
Yeah, it's still there.
Which tree is it in?
It's not near us, it's in the middle. And then, like, to the south.
Like what height, eye level is it? Is it below my?
Yes.
It's below me. Okay.
And then on like the dead tree. The branches are bare, and it's on the right side.
Well, I still don't see it, but that's okay. I've seen it before. I know what it looks like. It's kind of a crazy yellow bird.
Yeah.
Is it a canary? I don't know. But I do know that I need to pull this out. Okay. Now, I need to cut along this edge here, and then we're going to separate this pole.
Okay.
Yeah, those mosquitoes, they are no good.
No dang good.
All right, so let's go get something sharp. Okay, I will go get my sharp knife. Is probably the best thing. It's what I used before cutting that stuff. You know what? I'm going to do it. I'm going to put on a belt. Because I am tired of my pants falling down. Okay, now my belt is on. Like, yeah. Okay, so I'm nice and tight so my pants are not going to fall down. Meow. What a happy meowsertons you are. Alright. So I'll bring this, which is a sharp knife. This, which is the serrated knife. And this, which is my new machete. Meow! You are meowing up a storm, Mr. Meowsing Pants. I'm going to try to cut this thing. We'll try to cut this thing like scissors cut string. So here it is. What I have to cut is along this part here. Let's see how it goes. Okay. So I just want to try the machete because I want to see how it works for this purpose. Oh, it works really well. Works a lot better than I expected. Well, that was just what the doctor ordered. That was perfect for this. Now, I think I'm going to keep this big tarp because you never know when you need a big tarp. A big waterproof tarp, you know. I did cut a little hole in it here at the beginning when I wasn't taking into account how effective the machete was going to be. Could you help me? It's kind of like folding a sheet, you know. Let me move this out of you, over this way. There we go. All right, let's now get the corners and walk towards each other. All right, let's make it, see if we can make it like this. Hold on one sec. Okay. Let me get that part too. Hold on. There we go. Nice and smooth. Or actually, let me just fold this. Let me fold this, and then fold this. Fold this. Now bring that one over here. Thank you. Fold this. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Now let me get it turned over here. Actually, let me do this. All right, well, that's not the best folding job in history. But it's relatively compact, which is all I really need it to be. Okay, now what I'm going to do is get a bungee cord, wrap it around it. That wasn't a mosquito. That was some kind of bee or bumblebee. Whew. We're going to get a bungee cord and wrap it up nice and small. I guess we could use this. No, this is attached to that. Never mind. Let's use a bungee cord. Bungee cord will work better anyway. There. Good enough.
That is good.
And this big pole is a very big pole. It's like exceedingly big.
Yeah.
So I think what I'll probably do is try to cut it. So I'm gonna probably need to get an angle grinder because of that, or a sawzall or something. But I'd rather get an angle grinder. A good angle grinder will make short work of this kind of wimpy metal. After I cut this phone stand with a Dremel tool. So yeah. Why would I take my cigarettes out of my pocket? Why? Okay. Let's go look for my cigarettes. I'm gonna leave my drink here because I'm coming right back here. This little phone stand is pretty good though,
Yeah, it is.
huh? It's stable, so I can like walk around like it were legit attached to it without it wobbling, falling off, etc.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll put these two knives back that I didn't use. It's generally a good idea to have a knife in your pocket at all times, but I think Canada is a very special place. Well, it was earlier, Dat Boy Klaus. You can't expect me to stay on topic for the whole time. I mean, gosh. Then I'd have to limit the length of the live stream to the length of time I was able to stay on topic. I'm putting on deodorant for you guys, okay? So that I don't smell. For Dat Boy Klaus especially. It would be rude if I didn't have Dat Boy Klaus's nose in mind. Okay, now let's go back outside, smoke this cigarette. Do you want me to roll you a joint?
Please.
Okay,
Thank you.
I'll do that first. Okay. This end's a little loose, but let me see if I can fix it a bit. There, that should work.
Thanks.
Sure. Let's read a couple of these things here before go back outside to smoke a cigarette. First of all, scroll up all the way, pop it out, put it on live chat, and make it as big as possible. Okay, now scroll up. Let's see. Wow, I missed a lot. I wish I were at a dance club, says Becky T. Because You want to play bingo? Oh, wait, dance probably. Bars are isolating. No, honey, but it sounds awesome. Song was Miss Independent by Neo. Miss, that's why I love her. Miss Independent. God, that song's terrible. Oh my God, it's terrible. It's like the worst. Becky T says, Mr. Bobby, did you write that song? Of course, says Mr. Bobby. I looked up the rap battle between Charlie Puth and BSB. I seen a short of it today and thought of you. I want to get out of Virginia, but I'm stuck here for now. Ruben accidentally searched Mr. Bobby Closer. Becky T wants to go back to Iran, Dubai, and the beach. My parents are from Iran, but I was born in North Virginia, says Becky T. You don't want to go to Iran. Believe me, if you were born and raised in the United States, you do not want to go to Iran as a woman. Maybe if you were a dude, but I'm from Ontario, Canada, and I am still here. Well, Miss Fortune, I'm glad you're from Ontario, Canada. And I'm glad you're still there. And if you ever move from Ontario, Canada, I want you to move to Ontario, California. Becky T loves Niagara Falls. Niagara Falls. Closer and closer she steps. Dude can actually sing good. Talking about the guy who sings Miss Independent. That's a terrible song. You can do it, Eric. Put your back into it. I did, and I did it. Thanks to my back. It's a shitty feeling for sure. I hope you find your tribe one day. I hope the same for me too. Thank God for the internet. Yeah, it's so relaxed. People seem chill and happy, no drama. Oh, there's drama around here.
Oh.
You apparently haven't been keeping up with all the Michelle Shocked news. Lots of drama. I typed you, Becky? I did not know that. I don't think I've developed new questions for SE really, but I try to minimize the amount of new question type things I do because it means you got you have to begin a whole new validation process for each new kind of question you ask. I've got strategies with existing kinds of questions that work reliably for almost everybody, so. Miss Independent? Yeah, that's a horrible song. Oh my God. That's why I love her. It's like, I can't even think of the tune to it except for that part and, just like, Miss Independent. Who is it by? Is it by Usher or something?
No, I think Neo.
Okay. Whoever it's by needs to just never sing again. Anything, no matter how long history continues. There's a very sweet lady with a Typology channel who interviewed Joyce Mang. Yeah. Yes. She did interview lots of people, but she never challenges them when they say they're like someone goes, she's like, I want to interview an INTJ. Someone goes, I'm an INTJ. She goes, great. Interviews them, and even if they obviously aren't, never says, you aren't an INTJ. Oh. Why? No, the lyrics are terrible, like just dorky, but it's a very epitome of spingy, which is spingy is represented by Usher, Chris Brown, Neo apparently. It's all those horrible non-songs that people make, like look look at what I can do with my feet, like that song. I was like, oh,
Who sings that?
I don't know.
Oh my god. I don't know it, but that sounds terrible.
Look what I can do with my feet.
Oh my god.
Well, but I mean, the thing is, if she can't challenge people's types, then she's not positioned to interview examples of types, right? Because if you're just interviewing examples, if you're interviewing people and taking it at face value that they are what type they are uncritically, then you're just going to get a totally random mishmash of information about the types, right? Like, she's interviewing an INTJ. Oh, I guess this is what INTJs are like. When he's totally not an INTJ, I mean, that's a problem, right? It's called Forever by Chris Brown. Terrible song.
I don't know.
That's the look at what I can do with my feet.
I can't.
So basically, anything that would qualify as even a little bit of a slow jam, that's spingy.
Okay, that's not true, Mr. Bobby.
No, well, those are all examples of a stratagem that's been used in the music industry that produces terrible fucking art, right?
Yeah.
It's like they're getting those are like major label people gaining and gaming into this radio sort of whatever thing. Who knows? But it's not good music, right? I can think of. I mean, in general, you're right. R&B is generally shitty, right? New R&B especially, but like for example, I like fuck you. That's the Celia Green song. That's a good song. That's R&B, I think you'd say. Soul. I don't know. I guess it's a little different. It's more like
I
soul.
feel like it's like, yeah, soul.
But
Maybe you just don't like R&B. I don't like R&B.
there must be some good R&B song.
Sure, there definitely is.
Well, that's an actually good R&B song. Let's all put our heads together and come up with an actually good R&B song. Is Ray Charles R&B?
I think so. It's rhythm and blues.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
his best stuff's more like funk, though. So I don't know. It's hard to imagine good R&B because it's conceptually bad. There's no good way to do a bad idea. There are just better and worse ways to do bad ideas. And what those examples of like Usher, Chris Brown, whatever, those are examples of people trying to get by by executing perfectly with high production values bad ideas so that the badness of the idea somehow will be lost, will be not noticed by many people or something.
So that boy Klaus, I think that TLC Waterfalls is definitely an R&B song, and it's good.
I agree. That's a good R&B song. Fine.
Yeah.
You good job.
But I'm trying to think of male, like.
Maybe like that song. I should have brought you flowers. And yeah, na 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 na. That's a good song. We
Yeah,
heard
that
it.
is.
We heard it in the only place in town in Sierra Madre one time. Not super long time ago, but prior to that, it had been such a long time since I had heard it.
Damn. Who sings that, guys?
No, believe me, Mr. Bobby, I never evaluate the quality of music based on TI things. Never ever. It's always you can only evaluate quality of music on NI.
Bruno Mars.
Quality of music, aesthetics is an NI thing. Usher does have one song that I like, but I can't remember what it's called. I know you're going to have it your way or nothing at all, but I think you're pissing too fast. I'm pissing too fast?
Hmm.
I'll piss more slowly. Usher burn.
Gotta let it burn.
Oh, I have to read your comment before that one to understand that comment. I see. Don't go chasing fire hydrants, please. Stick to the trees that you're used to. I know that you're going to have it out your way or nothing at all, but I think you're pissing too fast. Is that a song that's advice to a dog? I like that. You know, there aren't enough songs that give advice to dogs.
No, there aren't.
Well, the thing is, Hero Lamb, I'm evaluating it on songwriting. So, like, I don't think that no matter how cool like a groove is that a band gets into, like a funk groove or something, I don't think those kind of tracks can ever get above meow level because they aren't examples of great songwriting. In an ideal world, you have something that's both, you know, an example of great songwriting and a jam and funk groove. But that's hard to do, you know. The point is, shit that tries to get by on being like having a good groove and shit is shit that's trying to get by on live being good live, and that's not. It has nothing to do with making good art, you know. Very little to do with it. Just because you can provide a good like, there could be a good like funk band that does basically variations on the same kind of thing over and over as a set, and it'd be great for dancing or something. That they're not making good art though, right? That's not the same thing as something that's making something that's permanent. That's an experiential kind of creativity, and it's as a consequence of less significance, you know.
I like the Fugees. I think they had like one song that I like, and I think there's a song that I like by Lauren. Like Lauren Hill, I believe was like decent.
There's a couple of things by the Fugees that are okay. A couple of things by Lauren Hill that are okay.
I can't remember.
I can't remember them either. I can't remember them either, but I do know that a couple other things.
It just my brain.
Okay,
Keeps on going
Killing Them Softly is not a Lauryn Hill song.
It's a Fuji song.
It's neither of those things. It's whoever wrote that song,
Yeah,
Killing
yeah.
You Softly. You know.
Yeah.
So, hi, Flow State. How you doing, Taylor? I hope you're doing well. You want to go outside and smoke a cigarette with me? I know you smoke, so you and I should probably go smoke a cigarette together. These people can stay inside and talk amongst themselves while you and I go smoke a cigarette and talk about man stuff.
No, I'll be there too.
Rachel's gonna be there too, but she's okay. It's okay to include her in any conversation, even in man stuff, because she's cool.
Thanks.
All right, so kicking ass, taking names, shooting guns, man stuff. Hey Taylor, did you see? I put up a video the other day of me shooting a rifle at a target, and I hit it once. I shot at it 5 times. I hit it once. Pretty good, huh? You wouldn't have thought I would have been able to hit that. I wouldn't have thought so either. But of course, Tiffany insists that it was her shot that hit the target, and she might be right. I put up a short on Mindy's Club where I had the Tiffany and Mindy, and I said, well, did you girls enjoy exercising your Second Amendment rights? Horse, horse, horse. Do you want to sit next to the gun on the way home? Yeah. And it got a lot of views. It was pretty great. I was thinking about it this morning thinking, now see, that's an awesome fucking video. It made me want to go do more videos with the rifle and my dolls.
Nice.
Because people who are into shooting guns are not into playing with dolls usually.
No.
So it goes together in a very discordant fashion.
Can I go and practice with you? Because I'd like to.
You want to go shoot a rifle? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, sure, of course. I talked to you about it before. You said you didn't want anything to do with it.
Oh.
It's fine if you change your mind.
Surprising.
You're welcome to
didn't
change
know
your
how
mind.
To like really do it right. For still like feel like I'm off. It was like weird, like positioning myself.
You're talking about Cameron's thing, right?
Yeah. But
Well,
I want to learn with
the rifle's a real gun. It's much better than that. It's like, and it's a good rifle too. It's you can put a clip in it, or you could just load a single bullet at a time with the bolt. And the sight is magnified, so it's got a little bit of a scope on it. Seems to be lined up pretty well, because I think the time I hit the target was the time when I actually had it right in the scope. And it's magnified enough that even at 50 yards, more than 50 yards probably away, on a 50-yard target, which tells you how big it's going to be, I think, to some extent, I could still see that little square through the scope. I could see it. So, and it was like hidden in the trees, kind of. So yeah, it's a good rifle. I'm glad we kept it. And I look forward to going out and shooting with you. I think you'll enjoy it too. It's got like no recoil basically, so it's not going to hurt your shoulder at all.
Oh, that's good.
It's a 22 flow state. I have a whole bunch of 22 bullets too. So,
Wait,
it's for shooting like rabbits or stuff like that,
can I like practice with the BB gun?
Oh, you don't want to shoot the rifle?
No.
Oh, well, that's what I was talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can practice with the BB
I'd
gun.
rather practice with that and then maybe eventually with the regular gun.
Well, sure. Look, we can go. Next time I go out and shoot the gun, come with me. We'll bring the BB gun. I just have the BB pistol.
Yeah.
I don't have a BB rifle like Cameron has.
Yeah, that's fine.
And we'll put a closer target up for you to shoot out with the BB pistol. Further one away for me to shoot out with the rifle. And we'll bring 2 sets of headphones so we both will have hearing protection. And then if you see, after watching me do it a couple times, how easy it is and straightforward, and you feel like trying it, then go for it, Because it's not scary or anything. It's just, you put a bullet in and you point it that way away from you and pull the trigger. It's, Just key thing about guns is don't ever point them at yourself or anybody else, and you'll be fine. And with a 22 caliber, even if there's some kind of malfunction, it's like there's not that much gunpowder in it. It's not gonna like blow up your gun or something. Oh, squirrel, you love the woodland cutlets so much. I'll tell you what. Let me see if I can do something. I'm going to give you an up close and personal tour of the squirrel. Okay, I'm leaving. I'm going. Come back down to the wall. Eat your cutlets. Yeah, come on down. Eat your cutlets. Oh, well, I'm sorry. Okay. Boy, I've never had a girl mad at me so much before. I'll tell you what. I'll put more cutlets out. Then you'll want to come back. Put them all next to the phone here. So there you go. There's some more cutlets for you. All right. We just give them a little bit of time. See if he comes back. I hate to do this just like with the camera, except one morning. Get some up close wildlife footage, you know.
Yeah.
He'll be coming back right now or not. Probably gonna wait till he gets tired. Okay, so I forgot about the Wi-Fi. Is it still connected over here? I'm surprised. It looks like it didn't connect. That's good.
That is good. I forgot about the Wi-Fi too.
Anyway, I'll do that one morning. I'll put the camera when I get my new holder tomorrow. It's supposed to come tomorrow, but I'll put that on the wall one morning. I'll push record and just let it sit out there for a bit, and try to get some wilderness friends eating their cutlets up close and personal. That'll be pretty exciting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, shall we return to the indoors?
I think so.
Let's. Like, we still haven't sang My Country 'Tis of Thee yet, which is traditional at the 2-hour mark of a live stream. It's the equivalent of the 7th-inning stretch in baseball. Except instead of Take Me Out to the Ball Game or God Bless America, you sing My Country 'Tis of Thee. Hey, Taylor, did you hear Michelle Shocked wants to sue me?
Yeah.
She tried to get me to waive my right to be subpoenaed so that she could pull some shenanigans. But of course I'm not going to waive that right. Of course not. Possession and acquisition license? In Canada, you need that to get a firearm? That's ridiculous. That is absolutely ridiculous. Around here, you hear people shooting guns all the time.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't care about the lyrics so much. The lyrics being bad really only matters if they're, those are very bad lyrics, but even so, if it were a great song, it could get away with it somehow. The lyrics are less important than the song, you know? For example, you can sing a song with meow, 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 and everybody recognizes what it is. You don't need to have the words there for it to have its identity as a song. No, I don't like We Didn't Start the Fire, but it does get stuck in my head. I don't like that song, actually. I dislike it, in fact. But it does get stuck in my head. Um, because I've switched to live streaming from my phone. And the reason I switched to live streaming from my phone is because I can move around. Why I never did it before, I don't know. I started live streaming from my phone because I wanted to sit in these chairs, not over there where the laptop is. And then once I realized the advantages the mobility it affords me, then it's just way better to live stream from my phone because I can walk around and do shit and whatever. Go outside, smoke a cigarette, yada yada. Because I don't, well, I've never used StreamYard before. I use OBS. I could get, oh, that's true. I could go live as a partner go live thing and have one of them be talking with famous people and one of them be me on my phone. That's possible. The thing is, I'm not sure any of my other accounts are allowed to live stream. Rachel's is. So, it could be Rachel on the phone and me on the laptop, but then we could just really just be on the phone. That's not a bad idea, Taylor. You are thinking of good ideas. And I could drop you a link and you could join. Sure. Yeah, that's a good idea. I've never used that live stream together thing before. But, if it's like most YouTube stuff, it's straight ahead, straightforward, not complicated. YouTube does a pretty good job of doing the TE for you. I mean, I would assume, yes, I do think the instrumental is bad. If the instrumental has the vocal melody in it somewhere, even if it doesn't, I don't think like the chord progression is good or something because it just doesn't have any identity as a song, right? There's nothing archetypal about it at all. It just is totally disposable.
What's totally disposable?
Miss Independent.
Oh, yeah. Ugh.
It doesn't lack personality. I guess you could say that way, but what I'm saying is it isn't anything specific that is also something universal. It's just something specific. And that's not good. I don't know. I just don't like that kind of music in general, true. But it's because that kind of music in general is bad. It's not because... Yeah, I'm sure Rachel did jam out to that song with her friends back in 2008. But she was just being polite.
Honestly, I don't think they might have. Maybe, and maybe I did get into an FB moment. I could have. If there was a situation where my friends were singing it, I was saying, Miss Independent, that's why I love her.
It's just such a terrible melody. That's what makes it irredeemable. It has a terrible melody.
Yeah. And a song that has like lyrics that aren't the best, but it's a good song. It like is in Carly Rae Jepsen Jepsen's, what's we call it?
Call Me Maybe?
Yeah,
I think Call Me Maybe has excellent lyrics.
it does, and I agree with you, but like you could be like, that doesn't make sense. Like, because she says,
Well, that's what makes them excellent lyrics. Well, go ahead.
before you came into my life, I missed you so bad. Yeah, so like I've heard people critique that before because they're like, how the heck can you miss him?
That's what makes it good. It's like those lyrics are full of paradox. Um, like this is crazy. Like the whole thing is, um, it's this vacillation back and forth between certainty and uncertainty, between concrete reality and paradox.
Yeah, I love it. Like honestly, like when
Yes.
that song came on, like I was always belting my heart out like to that song. Like I love "Call Me Maybe," but I did know someone that like I couldn't stand the song because of that one part, and I was just like, I don't know what to tell you.
Before you came into my life, I missed you so bad. It's a great line. Yeah. The thing is, Bobby, I'm not biased. That's what I'm. I don't know if anybody really is biased about music. You're just either right or wrong about it. It's like unless it's your friend's band, then you might be biased or something. Or if it's your own band, you're biased. But people aren't either biased or unbiased about music. They're just right or wrong about it. And we can't prove that because it's holistic aesthetic truth, but not deconstructed linguistic, truth value claim truth. So, but I nevertheless assert what I'm saying is true, despite the fact that I can't defensively establish it. Rachel, have you discovered Timu yet? It's the newest, hottest online shop, and I've been watching reviews of their products. Super inexpensive stuff. What kind of stuff? Is it all emu-related products? Is that why it's called Timu? It stands for totally emu?
Yeah, to get emu.
To get emu. No, definitely. I mean, I don't know the instrumental of it, but the point is, if you're saying like the karaoke version, right? The thing about Call Me Maybe is what it's doing in terms of counterpoint with whatever's doing the comping. It's either keyboard or guitar, and then the violin things. That's fucking genius. It's absolutely genius. So that's NI is recognizing that thing that it's doing there with the comping versus in counterpoint against the violin things. That is both very familiar and brand new and stuff. That's what makes it archetypal. That's what makes it people will never stop knowing about Call Me Maybe. Whereas like a Jessica Simpson song,
Oh my god.
who knows any of them ever?
I don't know.
Whoever played the Jessica Simpson song. Thanks, Mr. Bobby.
Yeah, the violin is totally clutch.
Yeah. It's what makes the song. It's what sets up the weird rhythmic interplay of it and the bouncing roll and stuff.
I missed you so bad. I missed you so bad. I missed you so bad. Before you came into my life, I missed you so bad.
And you should know that.
So call me maybe.
There are songs that I think are too sugar and then don't withstand multiple plays. Like well, like I guess you might say that Piano Man falls into that category for me. It's something that's too NI and therefore doesn't survive a lot of replays before you get tired of it. But it's still a great song, but I don't know. That's not a good example. What's a good example of a song that is too NI?
probably some sort of Talking Head song.
No, those are two NE, I think. Two,
Really?
yeah, well, because
He's using his unconscious.
he's validating what he's doing against NE too much and against NI too little. So,
Mm.
like, because he's not FE, he doesn't have the NIFE punch of an INFJ that will be like, make something like Siddhartha Sedate, my friend Corey's song, which is like NI just maximally attained perfectly with the right amount of NE, so it's infinitely replayable and listenable. But an example, see, the problem with examples of songs that are two NI is that I don't like them and don't listen to them. Like, it's all about that bass. That song is too NI. It's like too much what it is, and what it is ew. Or like, I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free.
Oh my god, I used to hate that song so
It
much.
is very NI, but it is
It is.
terrible. So, and then, it's like Azealia Banks. She is way too NE. She has that 202 song, which is fantastic, but that girl just loves. No, wrong, Mr. Bobby. TikTok by Kesha is fantastic, and so is
That
Die
is so
Young,
good.
and so is Die Young. But you're onto something that Kesha treads the line of being a little too NI, right? Possibly. So, but it works beautifully in those two songs, and maybe some of her other stuff too. Yeah, but not that. Those are great. Or like Copacabana by Barry Manilow, two NI.
How about if you like pina coladas?
And then that sounds okay, I guess. It's
What
not.
is that?
That's I don't know. That's another Barry Manilow song, I
No,
think.
it's not.
Oh, is it?
It's like, what's his name?
Is it the guy who
Let
sings
me find it.
Margaritaville? The guy who sings
Yeah.
Margaritaville? Yeah. I mean, Kesha's. I don't think Kesha is especially auto-tuned. I mean, you can hear auto-tune. She's doing a lot of rapping, for one thing. And sure, they use auto-tune, I'm sure, on the chorus if she's not quite in tune. Or because maybe they wanted to change the pitch of the note that she was singing. They said, actually it sounds better a half step higher, so just tune it up. People tune vocals for lots of reasons. People use auto tune like the whole song is like the beginning of California, their whole song is full of that kind of auto tune. That's just silly. I don't know why people would do that. Just that's for producers who don't want to have to know what their singer's going to sing before they sing it. They just know the words and the rhythm, and then they pitch
Yeah,
afterwards.
yeah. Um, in Get Lucky, they use it well, right? That's auto tune.
Yeah, Get Lucky by Daft Punk is a fantastic song. Do you at least like that song Closer? I don't know that song.
I don't know that song either.
I just can't pull away under her spell. I can't break. I just can't stop. I just can't stop. Those are terrible lyrics. Those are absolutely terrible.
Terrible.
It's like, girl, all night tonight, we're going to make love till the morning light. All right, girl, good night. It's like the worst lyrics ever.
Yeah. Like, even, I could do that as an unconscious and
I think Neil deGrasse Tyson is an ENFJ. That's what I think. find a stanky leg tutorial and get to it. I don't like Neil deGrasse Tyson, but it's not because he's an ENFJ. Yeah, well, I'm sorry. I think he is. He could be. I don't know. What do you think he is, Rachel?
I don't know enough of his stuff to even type him, honestly. I can't tell you.
You can never really type people without typing them, but my guess is ENFJ. He could possibly be like an ESTJ or an ENTJ who's developed this wide-eyed FE heuristic. It's possible.
Rubenard, what do you... Okay, I'm going to ask you if you approve of their ENFJ, if they're ENFJ.
No, I don't think the lyrics to TikTok are asinine. I think they're clever.
TikTok.
Yeah.
I love
Woke
that
up
song.
and then woke up, brushed my teeth with a bottle of Jack. And it's freaking great. You know, it just the whole song has the same mood, attitude, vision to it. It just screams, well, let's fucking party. You know,
Yeah, it does.
everything about it does. Yeah, it's fantastic. Who wouldn't want to say, okay, everybody in the car, we're going out drinking or whatever? Who wouldn't want to put that fucking song on? That is fantastic.
We should definitely play that at the wedding.
I relate to all the cool ones and none of the cringy ones. Well, yeah. I mean, the thing is,
Okay, but that's like...
Neil deGrasse Tyson is successfully FEing stuff that's TI. He's the Huell Hauser of thinking. Would you look at that? So far away. Well, that's Neil deGrasse Tyson in a nutshell.
Wow, I don't think I've ever like really fully watched Neil deGrasse.
Wow, there are so many planets out there. Someone who's wrong.
I don't know what oh.
Do you want this or no?
I was gonna say something about all of this, but truthfully, I forgot what I was gonna say. So I'm gonna give the mic back to Eric.
That's fine.
Oh, TikTok rocks.
TikTok rocks, yeah.
Yeah, that was a song like Mr. Bobby that like people my age were like all about.
The thing is,
Anything.
you could say that about that song, that it makes you want to ignite the feeling, let's get up and move our feet, but it doesn't. There's nothing about that song that makes you start moving. We listen to lots of songs that do make me start moving all the time.
Yeah.
That definitely is not one of them. And I don't think anybody would say it's a good song to dance to.
Hey, Jam Jams. What song?
Look what I can do with my feet.
Oh, God. You fucking even like...
You don't believe we are one? It's propaganda. We are not one. Each of us is one, but we are more than one definitionally. Because we is plural.
Together.
All together now.
All together now. All together now. All together now. All together now. All
Well,
together now. All together now.
unfortunately, Mr. Bobby, it's the other option. It is objective, and I'm right and you're wrong. But that's fine.
Can I take my friend to bed? Green, yellow, and blue. I love you. I love that song.
Becky T says, you may be wrong, but you may be right. That's a Billy Joel song.
Yeah.
You may be right. Yeah, that's a good song. Billie Jean makes you want to dance? I don't know if it makes me want to dance exactly, but it is a good song. Billie Jean's a good song. I just may be a lunatic you're looking for. Now, now, now. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. It just might be.
Yeah, you got it, Ruben. But it just may be a lunatic you're looking for.
You know, I have to say to Michael Jackson, you're being unnecessarily defensive. Nobody thought Billie Jean was your lover. No. Everybody knew that there's no way you would ever get on Billie Jean. So, Crazy in Love by Beyonce, I don't know that song. Was Beyonce the Super Bowl lady?
No, that was Rihanna.
Oh, that was Rihanna. But note this. If you watched the last two Super Bowls, you got to see Dr. Dre's fucking genius, best Super Bowl halftime show ever.
Yeah, ever.
And then the next year you get to watch Rihanna's just absolute worthless garbage. And the contrast in quality was so stark, I find it shocking or impossible to believe that Rihanna, when she got off that stage, didn't suddenly have ontological collapse, realizing everything she did was garbage. The only good thing she's ever done, as far as I can tell, is that rap in that song Lemon.
Yeah. Nailed it.
All the Single Ladies is a good song. It's a good song.
Yeah, it is.
That's,
It gets people going.
yeah, and that'll make you move, you know, for sure. Yeah, but that was not why her show was terrible. Her show was terrible because she doesn't have any good songs. Whereas all the songs, except for Missy Elliott's maybe, that appeared in the Dr. Dre produced halftime show were good songs. You know, that's the difference. If you may be able to on albums and with radio executives and stuff fool people temporarily with bad songs and good production, but ultimately you can tell when they performed it live, like, oh, this is boring. These songs don't hit. You know, they don't connect at all. They're not songs, they're production efforts. I'm going to plug in my phone right now. Okay, well, what's a good Rihanna song? That's a good song. I can't think of any. Of course, God damn it. Listen, dumb Eric, stop being dumb. Get that thing. Where's that thing? It's in here. God damn it. Put my glasses on so I can see better. Oh, life is so hard. There. Yeah.
Okay, no, honestly, Dr. Dre was the best.
I mean, nobody can dispute that the Dr. Dre show is better than any other halftime show ever. It had Dr. Dre, it had Eminem,
Yeah.
it had
50
Snoop
Cent.
Dogg, 50 Cent,
It had Kendrick Lamar.
Missy Elliott.
Mm-hmm. Oh no, not Missy
Oh,
Elliott.
who was that girl? She was the one who disappointed of the whole.
More drama.
She was the only one who disappointed.
Yeah. Mary J. Blige.
Mary J. Blige, yeah. Well, she disappointed, but everybody else was great, you know. And the show was brilliantly produced as like a montage of great songs that everybody knew and were iconic, classic, fucking incredible songs. Rihanna just Looked like Judas Priest next to the Beatles.
I have one critique. I wish that Kendrick Lamar did a more memorable song.
Which one did he do?
I don't know, one of his like newer songs, and
He should have done Humble.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing, Miss Fortune. Rihanna's songs don't have to be bad for her to be bad. They just have to be not great. And then since they're not great, they're not inspired at all. The whole endeavor was doomed from the start, right? There's no good way to execute a bad idea. There's no good way to make disposable, forgettable music that will never outlast you in your lifetime. Music is brutally harsh, like comedy. There's lots of actiony kind of things that they can be not great, but still good and fun to watch and whatever. There's a lot more wiggle room in certain genres of media creation than others. Comedy and music offer almost no wiggle room. It's either brilliant or it's terrible. You know, because totally disposable, forgettable is terrible. It's just some things that are terrible don't offend my ear that much. Don't make me go like, they're just like, this is kind of this annoying thing in the background. And some terrible things are more, they cause more of an allergic reaction, you know? So, like, obviously, Rihanna's not as terrible as Dave Matthews, but they both fall short of fantastic. So, why are they wasting their time, you know?
Yeah.
Well, they're wasting their time because they like to make a lot of money. But artistically, why are they wasting their time? Because they prioritize making money over making good art. That's why Dave Matthews, not only does he have all those concerts that his fans go to, then he tries to sell them his visual art, which is terrible too, by his email marketing campaign that somehow Rachel got a part of.
Yeah, somehow.
Dave Matthews sends Rachel emails trying to sell her his horrible visual art.
Mm-hmm. Facts.
Which is not even, it's maybe a little better than his music because it's easier to not look at something than it is to not listen to something. It's just,
Although sometimes I get things imprinted in my mind.
like images.
Yeah.
That makes sense for you that you would. I don't get images imprinted in my mind
That's
at
good.
all. I get memories of things that happened and what they meant that make me go, but not images. Because I'm just bad at visualizing things.
I'm like, I used, I don't know how I am at visualizing. I used to make vision boards.
Well, like you're an INFJ, so you very well might answer that question like the guy did today, where I asked him an example of the potato touch story, and he gave me an analogous conceptual relationship that was not real.
It's funny.
Not an actual experience. That's and then with the other thing is, I asked him to collapse that sentence, and he gave me his visual picture that he had of the scene of a beach with boats going by and stuff like that. Instead of collapsing it down into a shorter sentence, actually, which was the most NI thing you could do with that, really.
So that sounds like a lot like Fitzgerald. Do you think that there's a chance that he was INFJ?
Yeah, now that you mention it, it seems quite likely, actually. I never thought about it before, but I mean, what a cynical book Great Gatsby
It
is.
is so cynical.
And INFJs, ultimately, they don't have a lot of faith in people
Hmm.
because, you know, they don't have the deftness in justifying themselves, but they're usually not wrong. So you've got a world that won't listen to you, even though you're totally right and they're totally wrong. And it makes people cynical, obviously. For me, I don't get cynical because even if they don't listen to me, I win the argument. Meanwhile, if you don't win the argument, now you've got a conflict between your first and third absolute values. Because you've intuited something is true, you can't defend it, and now you're in this like, because somebody else doesn't just want the answer, they want justifications, and so it's going to make you cynical. Well, there's nothing wrong with being cynical or jaded. It's something that I think you and I both, to some extent, are emerging from a state of kind of permanent cynicism and jadedness because heretofore we've not ever really been empowered.
It's true.
So the world does not empower intuitives, despite what they tell you in school. They tell you in school, and your parents tell you and stuff, that it's good to be smart, it's good to be clever, it's good to get to be creative. Those things are not good. Those things do not correlate with a successful or happy life very often.
I would say, yeah, that's definitely accurate. Like that girl Jenna, she's an artist and she's highly creative, but like,
She has trouble with follow through.
yeah.
Yeah.
And her people skills are like, to me, what's sardonic mean?
It means like Daria.
Hmm.
Um,
She's
what was I just about to say? Something about um, creative. Oh yeah. So like IQ tests are a combination of TE and TI questions, along with a few NI kind of questions, NITE or yeah, mostly NITE. Uh, the thing is, somebody who's a TE dom has a decent chance of scoring quite highly on an intelligence test. The problem that we have society wide is that people use the word smart to mean efficient as well as smart. And so then you've got these people who say, well, like Jordan Peterson is like, well, look, IQ test results correlate with these actual world outcomes at a higher rate than anything else in psychology or something. Well, sure, but then what you end up doing is you create an explanation that's wrong, an understanding that's wrong that says um, there are people with high IQ scores are going to be high achieving, and then there's going to be a subset of those who suffer from something called failure to launch. Those are the NTPs, right? So it's like it sets up this kind of normative expectation that intelligence correlates with success, but only for people who score high on TE questions, not on TI questions. So trying to create this composite notion of general intelligence when it's not a discrete trait, and mushing together two totally actually discrete traits is a terrible fucking idea, and it to the extent that it only validates um, incidentally, and it explains absolutely nothing. So why anybody would be enamored with IQ tests is beyond me. But the guy I typed this morning was enamored with IQ tests.
I'm enamored with like quizzes in general.
What's that?
I think I'm enamored with quizzes in general.
Yeah, well, I mean, it makes sense, right? An INFJ who has both of her subjective epistemology functions unconscious, the SI one, the knowing one, ultra unconscious, is going to like to learn about themselves by taking some external assessment and seeing what it says about themselves. ENTPs are going to like that for a little while too, but will get tired of it because ultimately we don't want somebody else to be doing the ideating, you know? We want us to be doing the ideating and somebody else to be doing the receiving. So, it's like why we're a great couple too. I'm the kind of person who wants to tell you what type you are. You're the kind of person who wants to be told what type you are. The thing is, what we keep kind of pivoting around here is the fundamental problem that we have. For some people with certain types, typology's explanation is not an end in itself. It's not the end of anything. It's just something you use to do what you want to do with it. And so there's this continual pressure against actually defensible typology, right? Because it's about your identity, then it's not like an explanation about physics or something like that. It's it hits too close to home to manage to avoid the instrumentality frame defining people's relationships with it and undermining its accuracy accordingly. It's in a bad spot, like in the marketplace of ideas, because self-help stuff is always subjective, right? It's like if this works for you, then it was good, and that's fine. But typology is not self-help stuff. It's an actual explanation of human personality, and unfortunately, because it's about people in psychology and stuff, it gets treated as self-help stuff rather than as theory by the majority of people, because most people aren't super mappy like INFJs and ENTPs. The most mappy types are the least common types. So, and that's how it has to be, of course, because for every visionary in the world, you need a shit ton of non visionaries to execute things. You don't need very many visionaries. But the world sure could use one right now. But you can see how much of an uphill climb typology has, because here I am explaining things better than anybody else in the world, and there are 12 people here, 14 people here. And yes, I make that claim. I'm literally explaining things better than anybody else in the world because of Jungian cognitive functions, plus all of my other life experience being a debate coach, philosophy guy, whatever, you know?
Yeah.
Well, have I typed you show media? ENFPs I find strange in how they make me feel special and then get all lovey-dovey, then proceed to ghost me or act as if nothing afterwards. My friend is the ENFP and that's how she's like. ENTPs can be like that. I don't think of ENFPs as being like, but I don't really know any ENFPs. I mean, I don't really have any ENFP friends, you know. Um, I do know that ENTPs can do that as well. Like, let me rephrase that. I know that ENTPs can do that. I have no opinion about whether ENFPs do that. ENTPs do that because it's like right now I'm really trying to have fun, and that means I'm going to be interested in you because you're whatever, you're who's in front of me, you know, and I will find a way to make you fun, even if you aren't. But then people go, wow, that guy must have really liked me a lot. Not necessarily. I like having fun with people. Eric initially typed me ENFJ, came back to him, said I could actually be INFJ because I demonstrated better SI, but then concluded on ENFJ. Well, I must have tested the SI sufficiently to conclude that it was polar, or that you weren't TE polar, probably. That's probably why I said, yeah, I'm sure about ENFJs, because you're not TE polar. That one you can be pretty definitive about. SI polar too. It shouldn't be that difficult to distinguish between INFJ and ENFJ. Now I say that. I keep in mind I misidentified my own seem to be wife as ENFJ first, so I haven't always understood things as well as I do now. I increasingly understand things better, and once I make a mistake, I do a lot of thinking about why and how I made that mistake. So usually I don't repeat it a lot, you know. Can a given type succeed in a career which relies heavily on the use of their eighth slot function? Um, yeah, sure. Uh, I mean, the thing is, if you're an action type, you have fluency in both varieties of action. If you're a knowing type, you have fluency in both varieties of knowing. It's just that the eighth slot will always serve the first. So, for example, my job as a director at Kudos required a lot of SE. I had to make a lot of materials. I had to, you know, make sure that we won. I had to do a lot of shit. But it was always in service of my NE. Because the job was debate coaching, that's perfect. I'm going to naturally, the SE is going to autopilot me to executing my ideas for cases and stuff and cards, no problem. Because the job is asking me to be more intuitively and logically correct than other coaches. So it's easy to have my eighth slot be mine then. Just like if a job requires you to learn a lot of stuff, an INFJ is not at a disadvantage there, and an INTJ is not at a disadvantage there. If it requires you to memorize a lot of stuff, that's different. If it requires you to eat regularly and sleep regularly and all that kind of stuff, that's the kind of SI they're not going to be able to thrive in that job. I don't know what kind of job that would be. Like you have to sleep at regular times, eat at regular times. I don't know what, like, your job is be a SI dom or something. I don't think that's a job, really. What if all cops are TI polar? No, I think cops in general there are a lot of TE DOMs, you know, or even FE DOMs. You get interface types wanting to be cops. Sometimes you might get SE DOMs, but I think by and large, you know, the job requires a lot of interface, either with like by the book TE style, or dealing with citizens in ways that FE away from conflict, you know. Unfortunately, there had been a move again away from treating citizens as citizens and towards treating citizens all as perps when you encounter them. But it seems like the cops are kind of going the other direction now. They're not shooting as many black people and in general trying to avoid engagements with the public because of that. I find it hard to be as sure about my grasp of the concepts because I have yet to place myself on the map. I think I'll be much more confident once I can see it from where I stand as well. Is that informative? Well, if you've yet to place yourself on the map, so to speak, in other words, you don't know what type you are, and you've been around here this long, well, you could be an SI Dom or an NI, an INFJ even. Like, INFJs don't know anything about themselves, and ISFJs can't be accurate about it. So, I mean, they can be accurate, but they can't, they can't cash out the meaning, you know, so that it actually gives them a definitive certainty about things that they should be definitively certain about, because it's non-experiential knowing. Or, you know, you see, it's like the fact that you say you don't know your type. If you were frequently telling me you're this type, and then like 2 weeks later this type, and 2 weeks later this type, that would be like it consistent maybe with ESFPs tend to do that sometimes, maybe ESTPs, but it could even be in any tool user. INFP or INTPs can sometimes do that. You know, with Spacey, it was from ENFP to INFP because of girlfriend, and with Eric, it was INFJ to ENFJ because of Rachel. No, it has nothing to do with Rachel.
Yeah.
Absolutely nothing. I remember show media, I've typed hundreds of people, and I use consistently the same questions, and I operationalize what they mean and why they mean that, and I just use, and I don't countervalue NI like Spacey does. I don't have NI 6, I got a fifth. So the reason I typed you ENFJ is because that's what type you are. And I concede that sometimes I'm wrong, and um, sometimes I go back and retest somebody and go, you know, actually you're right, I was wrong about that. I guess I didn't do a very good job. That hasn't really happened in a while, but because Spacey countervalues NI, he doesn't want to lock down what meow means in a way that people can publicly see time after time after time after time after time these same kind of correlations in answers in the way that I do. I trust my tests and my methodology. It's informed by my experience, but certainly um, having learned from not just Rachel, but from other individuals like Kimberly, that FE tool in an initial engagement will often look like FE DOM. That's information I'm going to use. That doesn't mean I'm that the reason I typed you that is because I'm sort of compensating against a mistake I previously made too much. No, it means I'm getting better. I'm learning things. Concrete in my pocket. What's punchy FE? Punchy FE? I don't know what punchy FE is supposed to mean. I guess it means like fighty, maybe? Like, you're wrong! I got a hammer! I keep bringing this inside for some reason. It's supposed to stay out there or I hit the wall with it. You think, I have that boy Klaus. I have. I've made more than one attempt to, you know, talk to him and say, okay, now that we all can acknowledge that I was right about everything, about Tori, about Becky, about everything, can we just get past this and like chill again? No. I think it's because he's conflicted with the fact that, like, I stepped on his FI, but he was responsible for that. You know, it's like he brought that toxic Tory around, and without anybody agreeing to whatever. So the point is, I don't need to like bust his chops for that or something, but um, I don't think that we could have a good relationship with one another without him at least acknowledging that sort of stuff and being accountable for the reality of it. I don't think he's inclined to. Well, his FI is super unconscious, so I don't know. Hey, Eric, I still do not understand how an ISTJ uses and neglects its NI. How does it manifest? Well, for example, when Cameron and I went down the hill looking for a piece of wood, I was completely at a loss. There's shit tons of pieces of wood. None of them seem to be really very good. They're not like they're kind of like old or breaking apart or something. And meanwhile, Cameron was actually scanning the hill for something that would work for our purpose. And he spotted the perfect log. And in fact, when he cut it, it made this perfect shaped, like wooden bong, right? Mm-hmm. That's his NI as it's done in real time. He's scanning the environment. He knows TE wise what he's looking for, whereas I have no idea what I'm looking for. I'm not looking for something that already has the shape of a bong to it. I'm just looking for a piece of wood. you know. So that's an ICJ demonstrating their fluency with both kinds of knowledge function. But note that because of their stack in general, that NI is usually going to be real time kind of NI, like that. The same kind of NI that Rachel used when she spotted the wheelchair at the garage sale and said, "You should tell your dad about this because this is a great wheelchair for your mom." Meanwhile, I saw the wheelchair, but I didn't even think about it because even though my mom had a shitty wheelchair, well, how's a wheelchair?
Well, your dad had mentioned that he was looking for wheelchairs for your mom, but they were like incredibly expensive.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, so I like saw it and I kept it in mind, and that's why I brought it up to you.
Oh, well, it made a big difference. It was such a better wheelchair. But I felt better. My mom was more comfortable, but yada, yada, yada. But NI ignoring, my experience as my mom has a wheelchair. So, yeah, but I think we're spontaneous can be self-centered, so sometimes get the FI push to say what we feel, think, or on the fly, even if it's inappropriate or random. I think Eric is older and has more experience in those situations, worked with students, etc., so he has a better mental frame of people. I mean, that may be true. Yeah, well, the debating and analyzing the cetera part, to me, that does not seem to be an example of the thing you said above, better mental frame of people. It seems to me uh, a better relationship with NI, really, than an INTP has. Because if you countervalue NI, then no matter how brilliant you are, if you never settle on anything as your as your as the truth, then you know you're gonna be wishy-washy about shit. Becky is Miss Independent? That's why they love her? Oh, I didn't know. Becky T, congratulations. You are Miss Independent, and that's why people love you.
Yeah. You read my mind.
I did.
Yes.
It was in Braille.
Oh,
So even though I read it, I couldn't understand it.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Like Eric said, it's easy to separate SITE polars. Can you break the task of throwing a peach into against the wall in exactly 4 steps? Pick up the peach. Bring your arm back. Bring your arm forward. Let go of the peach. 4 steps.
I feel like there's to be some sort of mention of force.
Mention of force with what?
With like bring the peach back forward and
Oh, I mean, you can't, because otherwise it might go in slow motion. And just let it go and just fall on the ground. Yeah.
Right. So
You're right. I should have included some force vector there. Hurl. I should have used the verb hurl.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Then that would include the force vector.
Yeah.
Moving to the country, gonna eat a lot of peaches. Moving to the country, gonna eat a lot of peaches. Moving to the country, gonna eat a lot of peaches. That band had a couple good songs. That one and Lump were both pretty good songs.
Oh yeah, I forgot about Lump.
She's lump, she's lump, she's lump, she's in my head.
Yeah.
Because she apparently is a tumor.
Really? It was a tumor? Oh.
I mean, that sounds like.
Yeah, it does.
It was a brain tumor. She was a brain tumor, apparently. Kitty at my foot and I want to touch it. Is that one of the lyrics to Peaches or one of the lyrics to Lump? Do I like R. Kelly? No. Does anybody like R. Kelly? Can anybody even think of any R. Kelly songs? Does anybody know any R. Kelly songs? That's on their album with the Peaches on it. Another song was Kitty at my foot and I want to touch it. I don't think I have, no. Okay, I'll check it out. I have a song about Kitty too, so. Yeah, it was a similar notion as well. You know, wonderful, wonderful kitty, having wonderful times, always cleaning yourself, making sure you've got clean lines. And you know, the chorus or bridge or whatever it says, just let me pet you, don't walk away. So that's where the similarity really lies, is in both songs, there's a desire to touch the kitty. Well, I think probably my kitty song is better as a song, probably. Because they had some good songs, but they were probably being a little too silly with it. Whereas Wonderful Kitty is earnest, so it has an advantage there.
I did not like I Believe I Can Fly when it came out.
I don't like it either. I believe I can fly. It's a horrible song. And also, it's a lie. Because that guy does not really believe he can fly. If he did, he'd be dead from jumping off buildings already. The Big Five sucks so much ass. Well, Jordan Peterson only talked about his position on MBTI, which is super chicken shit. Because obviously, yes, we all agree MBTI is wrong. Do you like I Believe I Can Fly? Do you like In your eyes, the meow, meow, your eyes. The meow, your eyes. The meow, 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 your eyes. Do you like that song? I have to admit that song does a great job of like building energy and then meowing
Yeah,
it. I
it does.
it's not my favorite song or anything, but when it comes on in the store and on the music or whatever above the piped in music they got, you can't help but go in your eyes. um, thank you, Miss Fortune. Uh, Other Genesis songs, I can't even think of any. Was that Peter Gabriel or was that Genesis?
That's Peter Gabriel.
Gabriel. What's another Peter Gabriel song? Is there any other good Peter Gabriel song? Or Genesis? Because they're like inherently like Peter Gabriel, Phil Collins, Genesis is a bunch of puke. Sledgehammer is terrible. Wanna be your sledgehammer? That's a horrible song. Oh God, horrible. Yeah, it's constant type of flaw, right? He doesn't care that the Big Five doesn't do anything intellectually. It purports to measure the amount of the discrete trait you have that is not a discrete trait that you have. Nobody has conscientiousness. It's like you may be able to meaningfully describe personality through those 5 adjectives.
Sorry.
In other words, what they're saying is like these are the only 5 adjectives that we can even kind of operationalize the definition of. So those are the ones for personality type. When Jordan Peterson says it's scientifically validated, it's not validated against anything, right? It's like it's just validated against itself. Yes, you can run that test on millions of people and get various results and just say like, well, they're valid, but the point is it can't possibly be valid because the things that it claims to measure aren't things that people have. If I measure your height, that's something that you have that I can measure. If I measure your weight, that's something you have that I can measure. If I measure your conscientiousness, that's not something I have that I can measure. That's not something you have I can measure. So, instead, what we can do is determine: do you consciously pay attention when it comes to knowing things by observing and intuiting about the identity, being objective about the identity of the thing external to yourself, knowing about it by what it is, or do you know about it by referencing your previous experience? So if there's an opportunity in front of you that you've never encountered before, are you going to capitalize on it, or are you going to regret missing it because you didn't have enough experience to understand it? That's just kind of like a quick example, but the point is, if you're doing that, then you're indicating a status that actually exists, right? It is the case that people can deliberate about things. That's to say, consider all the possible options or think about it for a long time in order to figure out what the status of something is. Or people can already know what the status of something is, and that those are different ways of paying attention. That's indisputable. So whether you tend to pay attention in ways that validate people's language against universal communicative logic, or whether you typically validate people's language against your own feelings, that turns out to be consistently the case that you are consciously doing so in one of those and not consciously doing so in the other for every single human being. How much of it are you doing depends on what slot it's in, and in what capacity you're doing it. So it's like the difference between Big Five and cognitive functions is Big Five is pretending to measure something that doesn't exist, whereas cognitive functions is accurately determining which of two possible attentional modalities for each of the four kinds of modalities you consciously attend via. Huge difference. You can prove cognitive functions. I haven't done so, but you could with a bunch of data work, gathering all the data from all these typing sessions and establishing that these things always correlate would be pretty convincing. It's empiric, so you got to build up shit tons of piles of evidence in order for it to become absolutely convincing. Because of course humans are as open system as you can possibly get. They actively learn and game every kind of assessment of their identity you can come up with. It's That's part of being a human being, is the capacity to do that. So anyway, for only TE people think like IQ and Big Five are superior because IQ and Big Five are both metaphors. There is no general intelligence, right? That's a combination of both TE and TI. It's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
There is no amount of neuroticism or openness that you have that can be measured by a test. That's ridiculous. You know? Um, how neurotic am I? Well, it depends what's going on, obviously. Like, if I've experienced a bunch of recent failures and setbacks, I'm going to be a lot more neurotic than if I've experienced a bunch of recent successes and handles. It's ridiculous to say that people's neuroticism never changes over the course of their life. That's its claim, is that those are the only five things that you can measure with personality that doesn't change over the course of your life, because that's how personality is defined, is aspects of the self that don't change over the course of your life. Except those things do change over the course of your life as they're understanding them, as affect displays mostly. Um, I'm less extroverted now than I used to be. If you were to ask a third party to evaluate my level of extroversion, because of course that's just looking at sort of propensity to engage the external world with language, or shaking hands, whatever various things you do to engage with people, right? But extroverted intuition is an extroverted function that can work just fine in your head. Like, I can extrovertedly intuit things in my head. Because I'm an NE dom, I don't do a very good job of keeping track of the things I'm thinking of. But um, but a lot of times I'm quiet, and like Rachel and I went to play bingo. It's probably the quietest one at the table, the four of us. I probably said the fewest things. But that's because extroverted isn't a trait you have an amount of. It's a status you have based on your dominant function. You're an extrovert if you have an extroverted dominant function. All extroverts, therefore, are equally extroverted. But in the colloquial meaning of the word, not all extroverts are equally extroverted, because the colloquial meaning of the word is metaphorical. Whereas how I'm talking about extroverted is accurate. Yeah, Capillo is an arrow through Rachel's head. That is an excellent observation, Bobby. She totally is an arrow through Rachel's head. That's why TE people love evolution too. Look, uh, you know, we've we've concluded first that uh, the ability to adapt within a species is the cause of speciation. Now, look, we can prove that there is a capacity to adapt by a species. Their genome has some flexibility to it. Therefore, evolution.
Therefore, evolution. Hello.
Hello. Hi. How are you? I'm fine. Where are they going? Wait, where are they going? Oh, why do you think they're doing horrendously? I mean, they did have me in TFC, right?
Oh, I forgot that I can talk and you guys could hear me. Cool. I'm glad. I'm glad you can hear me. I don't know what room Eric went in. Thank you, Mr. Bobby. I have the same smile as my grandma Lopoulos, so she was like my best friend growing up. But apparently I look a lot like I have my grandma Lopoulos' smile, but I look a lot like my uh, grandma McCurgan. Um, yeah. If Eric and Spacey were down, I'd do a double live stream typing session, but that won't happen in a million years. The argument and the debate aspect. Thanks, Mr. Bobby. Okay, no, Mr. Bobby. Thanks, Misfortune. Eric is on the phone with Jawa right now. That would have been a more cheery, funny convo about what? There's conversations that are going on that I can't follow. What if you had called in instead of someone else just called? We would probably answer. We answer our phone when people call. Prove it? Like, I'll give you our landline number. Well, I mean, oh, I don't know what claim. I'm not sure what's going on right now. You're entitled to your opinion, Mr. Bobby. Desert INTJ. I'm vocally shy, textually not so much. I like to speak in emojis. Oh, cool! I Desert INTJ. I'm glad you just had an edible. That makes me happy. No reason to be jealous. I am on Vyvanse as well too. Chaos Fuel says I plan on reading the Bible on stream one of these days. Rachel, what do you think about INFPs? Well, it's interesting. I just found out that like probably a girl that I knew from grammar school and high school, um, like is probably an INFP. I think INFPs are able to become successful people, especially when working on their own. Um, it's just that they have to like work for other people. Like they're great with ideas, but like the follow. So like she's an artist. Um, so she has like a lot of ideas creatively, but she works for big companies who give like the direction. Um, and she also just like works for herself, like uh, so I think that INFPs can like work in the modern world like best when they have like a consistent job. I don't know. Really don't know. She's like SE Polar. She worked for herself. She made a print that like Urban Outfitters and Macklemore used, and she sold on Etsy. But I think that INFPs are like very, very creative, and they're really good creatively on a in very like aesthetically pleasing way. Um, I like how calm they usually are when dealing with people's like emotional stuff.
Yeah, I think Jeffrey's right. I think you're right. Feels super threatened, you know. But the solution to that is not to coddle his ass. Is to say, look, ENTJ, you're dumb compared to me. Get over it already. You'll never be as good as me at this because you're a TE dumb.
Thanks, Jan Jams.
Yeah, look, ENTJs are the most brilliant people, right? Until that's what this kid's been told. Because not because he's smart, but because he's effective, right? He's effective at getting good grades. He's effective at getting the teachers to, yeah, because he approaches things like you do with an interface fashion, but instead of using his experience, he uses his intuition. So yeah, he's very effective, right? And he's allowed this effectiveness thing, this conflation of intelligence and effectiveness, to convince him he's smart. Well, now he's got an ENTP partner, and obviously, you know, that's a rude fucking awakening because he's an idiot compared to Jeffrey. There's no possible way in this particular arena in debate, ENTJs cannot possibly hang with ENTP.
I like Vyvanse Bubble Puppy.
Yeah, okay. Um, I don't care, whatever. Oh, let me see. Let me check my calendar. See what I got. See what I got in there. Let's see. Sunday the 11th. I have nothing on my schedule. What time do you want? Noon. 11. Okay. What? I'm not gonna take a nap tomorrow. Oh, by the way, you should get Jeffrey switched to Vyvanse from Adderall. I guess switch to Vyvanse. It's way better. Yeah. And,
Trouble.
and there's not a shortage of it. Yeah, Rachel, could you text Jawab the word Vyvanse, please?
You're gonna have to spell it for me.
Vyvanse. Just like it sounds, except without a C. Yeah, he'll like it a lot better. I like it so much better. It's just like it's so much cleaner and so much less tweaky.
How is it spelled? B-Y.
Vyvanse. Okay, so all right, so I'll. What time did you say for Chloe? Why don't you call me late? Call me tomorrow. It doesn't. I got nothing on schedule. I'll be around. Whenever is fine. All right, later. Sure. Bye. Jeffrey's fucking ENTJ partner.
What's he pulling?
He's he is very threatened by Jeffrey because this guy's always been the genius, the best guy. He's been doing policy debate for many years, and Jeffrey's better than him. And this guy expects himself to be the author of the cases, but Jeffrey's an NETV, you know. This guy countervalues other people's NE for sure, and he is not handling the fact that somebody showed up like in his junior year of high school who did policy debate for the first time and immediately began getting better than him. Well, Jeffrey's been coached by me for years. Of course, he was probably better to start. Even no matter how much time this guy spent doing it and how much effort he put into it, he's an ENTJ. Well, he's not on meds, okay? He gets those kind of drugs, speed drugs, for certain circumstances. He'll take them. Like he'll take them at a debate tournament, but he doesn't take it on the regular. Yeah, Vyvanse is great. It's really effective at doing what Adderall's supposed to do. Much more effective at actually making you productive than Adderall, and without the weird tweakiness of Adderall. So I highly recommend anybody who's on Adderall to switch to Vyvanse. No shame in being the juice man. That's true. I'm a man who likes juice himself. Yeah, CVS did me a favor in the end. Yeah, Rachel agrees as well. Um, it's funny, like, Vyvanse makes her much more SE as well. Uh, Neither of us can really sit and watch things that much when we're on Vyvanse, but we still try to, like, as a habit of interaction with each other, I guess. So the TE on that, Ruben, is put the whole pill up your butt. Once half of it dissolves, take it out, put it under your tongue, right? I look detective-esque. This dame came into my office the other day and said, "I'm looking for a private dick." You usually start with the lowest dose of anything. Well, my doctor prescribed me Vyvanse 70 milligrams, which is the maximum dose. You take one a day, you know. But uh, it's a weird reality because if you look at the conversion chart in terms of amphetamine conversion, 70 milligrams of Vyvanse doesn't convert to that much Adderall. It converts to like a little less than 30 milligrams. But if you compare the maximum dosages, I was taking a third of the maximum dosage of Adderall, and I'm taking the maximum dosage of Vyvanse. So I think ultimately that maximum dosage thing is more representative of the difference between the drugs than the conversion thing. Although it kind of splits the difference probably. But one of the nice things about Vyvanse is I get good night's sleeps on it. You know, like I take it in the morning and I get a good night's sleep at night. It may not be um, like 9 hours, but it's like 7, maybe 8, which is a lot better than Adderall. Of course, currently I have Seroquel, which is helping me to go to sleep. I find Seroquel a much more effective sleep inducer than Klonopin.
I'm a Clonopin person.
I like Klonopin the way it makes me feel, but I don't. It doesn't really make me go to sleep.
Like it, I don't know. I'm very grateful to get it every month.
It does make me stay asleep well. once I go to sleep. It makes it possible for me to fall asleep easier, and it makes me stay asleep well, but it doesn't make me actually sleepy. Like I have to make the decision to go lie down, and then I'll go to sleep.
It makes me, well, yeah, it makes me sleepy.
Could I have half a Klonopin?
Yes, you can.
I talked myself into one, I think.
Sure.
So I'm gonna go take half a Klonopin because Klonopin and speed is like vaginal lubrication and sex. The latter is much better with the former than without it. Okay. I know, it's a strange analogy. I understand that was a strange analogy, but that's the one that came to mind for some reason. I have no idea why. Okay, I chopped a Klonopin in half. And I'm going to get these tweezers to get the two halves out without them breaking apart. Rachel, do you want your half now too? Okay, I'll leave it in the chopper. While I'm here, I think I might, I think I should take this opportunity to get my nose tweezed. I feel I've got hairs on it. Yep, there is a hair right there. Can you see that? You see it? There it is. I got it. If I didn't pluck my nose like this on the top of it, I'd eventually have a long nose beard. And people would say, look at that strange man with a nose beard. Maybe I could set the next trend. I don't need to be paid. I will call out garbage in hypocrisy when I see it. Good for you, Miss Fortune. Oh, are they beefing, Miss Fortune and Mr. Bobby? Mr. Bobby tends to beef with a lot of people. But, you know, Miss Fortune, I don't think of you particularly as a person who likes beefing. But, you know, like you said, one chooses to engage in conflict when one feels one is in the right. And that is appropriate regardless of whether one enjoys beef. I don't really like beef, but I seem to have a lot of arguments with people. Not really so much anymore. But, you know, people disagree with me sometimes and stuff. And then I say, no, you're wrong. Like, Bobby likes some really bad songs. So I have to I have to tell him, no, you're wrong. Because I wouldn't want to encourage anyone to listen to bad songs. I want to discourage that because they're wasting their time listening to a bad song when they could listen to a good song. Tasted beef once, you didn't like it? And ad hominem is saying we should disagree with your argument because of who you are rather than what the argument says. For example, Well, you must be wrong talking about abortion because you're a man, and it's don't mansplain to me what I should do with my body or something. That would be an ad hominem argument, an ad hominem fallacy, which is that you're justifying an argument, a negation of somebody's statements or whatever by pointing to who they are rather than responding to what they say. Fundamentally, it's one of a number of fallacies that you might call fallacies of non-responsiveness, like false cause. We've got we've got the we won. We got these hot new sneakers for our team, and then after we got them, we won. We must have won because of these hot new sneakers. It's like, but without any. If it has the we did that first, therefore it must be the cause, then that's post hoc ergo propter hoc. That's also a fallacy. If it's um, just attributing a cause randomly to something, it's false cause. Well, really, those things are depending on how they use. If they're responding to something, a fallacy is non-responsiveness. But of course, people want to understand fallacies not in terms of without factoring in how they're used. Because to me, like ad hominem is definitely a fallacy of non-responsiveness because it is directly, specifically saying, don't listen to that guy because of who he is rather than addressing what he says. So that is explicitly a fallacy of non-responsiveness. But lots of fallacies, if they're issued as rebuttals, they're fallacious because they're non-responsive, not because specifically of the fallacy part. Other kinds of fallacies don't link to responsiveness, um, like affirming the consequent. All dogs breathe. I breathe. I breathe. Therefore, I'm a dog. That's affirming the consequent. That's not a fallacy that's going to occur as in a form of response because it's an affirmative fallacy. Nobody understands fallacies in terms of whether they're negationary inherently or affirmative inherently, but that's the best way to understand them because the most operationalized you can make your understandings of things, the better. Because then you actually mean something specific when you say things and blah, 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 blah. The nice thing about arguments is, unlike a lot of stuff in life, we can accurately treat them as objects of analysis. But that doesn't mean that they aren't actually and also actions taken by individuals. So we do an incomplete analysis of the object of our analysis if we don't incorporate the fact that the person is trying to do something argumentationally specific, either affirm something, negate something, respond to something, like define something, set a criteria, whatever. They're trying to do something. And so we can't really correctly have the full picture about something like a fallacy without including that vector. Our explanations of it just as an object of analysis aren't wrong, but they're incomplete. But here's the deal. Like it seems like lately live streams have been getting maybe a little bit more people, like more like 15 or 16 instead of like 9 or 10. But it trips me out. And it makes perfect sense that here I am, like somehow me, I don't know why and how exactly, except for a bunch of shit ton of particular stuff and cardinal function stack. But I happened to come into cognitive functions at a time when it still hadn't been explained right, you know? Now that I have, it turned out to be the Rosetta Stone for all of philosophy, basically. Here I am explaining this like world changing shit, and nobody's paying attention. It's weird. But it's not exactly unexpected. I have spent my whole life not being paid attention to. When I first got on YouTube and I had a video that people actually watched and liked and commented on, I was stunned. And all of a sudden I was like, you mean people might actually pay attention to what I'm saying if I talk on YouTube? Unbelievable. I've never experienced anybody paying attention to what I'm saying except in the context of like a debate coach or something coaching a specific thing. But when I'm making commentary about the world, philosophy, your life, the universe, and everything, nobody's ever paid any attention to me. Everybody just dismissed me or ignored me, didn't hear me, didn't understand me, or something else. I mean, Corey and I had conversation. Corey paid attention to what I was saying and heard and understood it. You know. But the thing is, also during those times when people weren't paying attention to me, it was fine because I was wrong in my overarching frame, right? Or I didn't have the right meta frame yet, right? So I was only doing better work in some areas than was being done elsewhere, but still not. I was still wasn't worth listening to what I was saying anyway because without the meta frame in place, it's an incomplete picture that's always misleading. Regardless, I'm very accustomed to not being paid attention to. I've been putting up shit on the internet forever. With first with Pop Goes Lethal, like around 2000, I put up shit tons of stuff on the internet. I put up so much stuff on the internet, I can't even believe it. And yet, despite decades of continual spewing of stuff, there's still only 15 people here. So, you know, it's not like I would have continually, occasionally still do doubt that this could possibly be the case, right? That I have the explanation that everybody needs to hear is statistically impossible. We've got a world of 7 billion people. How is it possible that I have the answers and nobody else does? But time and time and time again, that's what I determined because it's not like anybody ever successfully rebuts anything, right? I mean, they used to, and then I'd adjust accordingly, but not anymore. The thing is, by the time all these ideas I keep talking about and keep sort of going over the same ground and adding a little new ground, going over the same ground, adding a little new ground, it builds up over time into this this precision machine that doesn't uh, that isn't subject to the fray anymore. It's like I used to be very good at the fray, but I was in the fray because nobody has the meta frame, right? Now I'm just out of the fray. I'm just above it continually. Everybody who tries to argue anything with me doesn't have that meta frame in place, and as a consequence, doesn't understand things properly. And I don't feel like explaining it to everybody every time I encounter a new person, right? It's impossible to explain the whole thing that quickly anyway. So it's like, what do you do now? Well, you just chip the concrete off your wall and smoke a lot of weed, take Vyvanse and Klonopin, and enjoy your life. And don't worry about that. That's what you do. That's called the Philosopher's Stone. I finally found it. Turns out all along the Philosopher's Stone was just money. Go figure, right? Are you going outside, Trouble? Go outside then. You are a niche taste, I guess, Eric. A lot of people do just kind of view you and not hang out, though, it seems. Um, I'm not sure if a lot of people view me at all. I do periodically get what's obviously like a new person to the channel because you'll get like a string of comments on a sequence of old videos that I don't even remember what they're about or anything. But yeah, I'd probably be well served to make more videos. Like the things that get the most views are my shorts, but those views aren't worth as much as a view of a long in terms of my calculation of value. You know, unless they're Mindy's Club things. I like my Mindy's Club shorts, but the shorts I put up on Tiger and the Fence people are just like whatever shorts. In America, it's called the Sorcerer's Stone. The Sorcerer's Stones were not endangered because he wore a jockstrap with an athletic cup before he went into battle. That way, no goblins could headbutt him in the crotch and do any damage. That's one of the tricks goblins use because they're small like that. Their heads, which are very bony, are right at nutsack level. They just headbutt you right in the crotch. Women have an advantage when fighting goblins, accordingly. And if a woman's vagina is cavernous enough, she could just surprise the goblin and suffocate him. He tries to headbutt her, his head goes right up her cooch, and she constricts her muscles of her vagina so that he can't pull his head out, and he suffocates. That's how a woman paladin can defeat a goblin. They have an advantage. Men can't do that. Because men could turn around and try to do it with their butt, but you don't want to get that anally wrecked. A goblin's head is too big for your butthole. It's about the same size as a baby's head. So, using this method of attack on a goblin would be equivalent to giving birth. Nevertheless, in reverse, though, right? I refer to your channel like 3 people. I'm not a very population peeps anyhow. That's fine. It's probably I don't expect anybody to refer me to anybody because the thing is, most people don't like this. Most people don't want to watch this, and most people think this guy's got to be crazy with the statements he's making about what he's saying. You know, I don't blame them for that. I would think the same thing if I were using some kind of heuristic instead of evaluating what I'm saying on its merits, as most people do. I would think the same thing. I think this guy's got to be crazy. Listen to what he's saying. He's saying he alone has the Rosetta Stone for all of human consciousness, etc., blah, blah, blah. That can't possibly be the case. I just shared a Kendall Jenner meme with you. That's all. Mr. Bobby isn't actually that fighty stereotype. He's actually nice, Miss Fortune. Oh, I like how you referred to yourself in the third person there, Mr. Bobby. That always is great. Off topic, can you explain what epipolar looks like exactly? Well, in terms of tests, you can try the sarcasm question. You know, say the same sentence first regular and then sarcastically. Epipolar people generally can't do that. And I once typed in ISTJ, who for some reason had gotten into theater, and he still couldn't do it. So, I don't know. Eric, you were evolving. What species am I evolving into? I hope it's a California condor. I am evolving. That is true, Jeff Shaw. I'm a lot more emotionally, spiritually healthy now than I was during those, well, either in Laverne or at my dad's house. In the former context, because I was in a toxic relationship. In the latter context, because, oh dear God, living with my dad. It's hard to optimize as an individual in starkly non-optimal contexts. But the thing is, before I was suffering under a great burden of circumstance, but that didn't impact my correctness about typology or anything like that. Uh, I have gotten more correct gradually over time, but that is unrelated to like my personal evolution. That's just uh, experience. Being an SI type, having lots and lots and lots of experience as typing people made me gradually get better at it. Making occasional mistakes have caused me to realize, oh, I've got a bit of a like sharp curve here in this particular area, which I can sometimes miss and go off the edge of the cliff. So I should try to identify what's going on there. And like for example, like FE tool looking like FE Dom in an initial engagement, because extroverted feeling is the most like colloquially extroverted of the functions, and when it's used as your tool function, when you're in a first meeting with somebody, you're gonna maximally be using your tool function. So that like that kind of explanation occurs. Oh, after I mistook a couple of Mr. Kimberly and Rachel as both extroverts at first, but they're not the only ones. So I'd had that problem happen to me a few times, and eventually I learned to spot the difference and recognize that I was subject to that premature intuitive leap. Yes, our surroundings do matter and affect our happiness a lot. And when we were living in the hotel, um, I made a video, a short, I think, that said like, so for all these people who are like, you just need to have a positive attitude, they're completely wrong. First of all, your attitude should match your reality. If things suck ass, you should have a shitty attitude about it. If things are great, you should have a great attitude about it, right? And second of all, you can never accomplish anything by lying to yourself. Having a positive attitude when you're hating your circumstances completely is just lying to yourself.
Yeah.
You're doing others around you a favor they don't deserve, because presumably most of the time your circumstances are really shitty. Moving was not one of those times, but most of the time when your circumstances are really shitty, it's because some people in your life are being shitty. Like Rachel's circumstances when they were shitty, it was because she had shitty people doing shitty things to her. Why should she reward them with a positive attitude? You know,
Thanks.
she absolutely should not. She should give them the sour and unpleasant person, because that's what they deserve. They've earned it with their shittiness.
Thanks.
You're welcome. The thing is, Rachel and I are on these kind of subjects. We don't have to. I never have had to shift, like, because obviously this is her family. I don't want to overstep. Blah blah blah. I've never had to really shift from that because she and I are like totally on the same page about this stuff. It's super cool.
Yep.
Unwarranted optimism is gay. Well, it's a recipe for disappointment. That's for sure. Now, it is the case to a certain extent that if circumstances are reasonable but not perfect, that it's better to have a positive attitude about it than a negative attitude if it's on balance somewhere in the neutral range. Because if you just have a negative attitude about it, then that manifests as complaining. And other people don't like complaining, and I don't like complainers, etc. Complaining doesn't help usually, but um, busting ass does. Like complaining means you're still positioning somebody else as in charge. What are my thoughts on stoicism? It's just one of an endless string of humanity's attempts to totalize, and some individuals attempt to totalize their function bias. For Stoics, it's like you don't need any food and comfort and stuff. That just makes you weak. It's stupid. It's just, why should you be stoic at all? Why wouldn't you want to enjoy all the rich emotional and more concrete experiences of life in full? Why would you purposefully try to not experience those things? Only because you're projecting your function bias. That's why. Well, I mean, I complain all the time on the internet about things, right? But it would actually be a mistake to say that I'm complaining. I critique shit all the time. Uh, Sometimes I complain, but that's usually not on the internet. I remember when Rachel and I were first moved in, Cameron was up here. I was complaining about the broken heater and the situation, and Cameron offered some solution. And I said, Cameron, I don't want a solution. I just want to complain. So, I get it. Sometimes you just want to complain, and that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not okay to be a complainer. Somebody who defaults to complaining in situations where it won't help. And sometimes you're at your wit's end. It's just like, okay, I just want to stomp my feet and throw a little tantrum and complain about shit because I'm so frustrated right now. Not really an invasion. He had zero chance of harming you anyway. Who invaded who? Who invaded you?
Uh-huh.
Was it Genghis Khan? He's known to invade people a lot. Could also be Attila the Hun. They called him that because he was such a honey bun. Some people call him Attila. Most people just call him Hun or Sweetie.
Oh. Is that where the term Hun came from?
Mm-hmm. Also, Attila the Hun is responsible for creating the word bay.
Bay?
Mm-hmm.
Wow, I've used that and I had no idea.
Yeah. A lot of people don't know the etymology of that word. It's actually Attila the Hun coined the term. You know what movie we watched the other day? The A-Team. I don't think Rachel was that into it, but I liked it a lot.
I just happened to be like focusing on like other. I didn't think it was bad.
You also don't have any SI linkage to the show
No.
like I do, probably, you know. That when I was a kid, and that was on in prime time, all of me and my friends were all like, "We have got to watch that. That is good. That's so good." It only lasted like 2 seasons.
Really?
Yeah, it wasn't on for very long.
I'm glad they made a movie out of it then.
Yeah, I've seen it. It is good. Has anybody else here seen the A-Team? I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette. If you haven't seen the A-Team, I recommend it. I somewhat highly recommend it. I enjoyed it a lot. I thought it was really well done, considering how bad it could have been. You know, it had that guy who what's his name? Bradley Cooper. Had Bradley Cooper in it. It had Liam Neeson in it as Hannibal. I don't know the guy's name who played B.A. Baracus, but I recognize him. He's been in stuff before. The guy that got to play Murdoch was perfect. He did an amazing job of Murdoch. He was just like the original Murdoch. Then they had a cameo by the original face. Bradley Cooper like runs into this guy who's walking out of this thing, and he goes, and oh right, he's like, hey, this product you recommended for me is fantastic, but how do you maintain this? And they panned the guy. It was the original actor who played Face. He said, just leave perfection alone, or something like that. It was cool. It was a great little cameo. It tickled my SI scrotum. They had some smart dialogue in there too, like when the main characters are like walking here past this in his army base. These two army guys are talking. They're talking about having gone to this show where there's a thrash metal band that does a cover of "Hello" by Lionel Richie. It's a great like natural conversation between the two. It's just smartly done across the board. The first 20 minutes tells an entire little movie, and then the credits are over, and then the movie starts. Granted, I watched the extended director's cut. I did not think it was too long, and I'm very much prone to thinking movies are too long. So, Rachel, what you were saying in there basically is you were tweaked out on Vyvanse, so you weren't paying attention to it. It's funny how Vyvanse makes even Rachel not as much observational and more action oriented. It like I don't think Adderall necessarily did that for her. Hi, Capio. Do you want to go inside? Where you been? You been out whoring around? Okay. I hope not. Go on inside. I'm a strict father when it comes to my female cat. She wouldn't stop whoring around, so I had her uterus removed. I'm not responsible for Trouble's mutilation. The animal control people did that. If they hadn't, we wouldn't have Trouble as a cat, because as just a male cat with his balls, he just wasn't that friendly to us, you know. He didn't really want a family. He was an independent operator. But it was too late for him for me to impose my puritanical views upon him about sex, because by the time we got him, he had already contracted cat AIDS. But I said, now, Capillo, this is why. This is why I don't want you going out and whoring around. I don't say that to her when he's in the room, when trouble's in the room, obviously. That would make him feel bad. Officially, we believe his story that he contracted cat AIDS from a toilet seat, but we're just kind of, humoring him. We know how he contracted cat AIDS. It's a combination of unprotected gay sex and intravenous drug use. I had a long conversation with a parole officer one time, and he explained he's got a very checkered past. Animal control has a parole officer assigned to cats. Once they've captured them, cut off their balls, and let them go. They can't just let them go and not check up on them periodically, make sure they're behaving themselves. So that's why animal control has implemented a staff of parole officers. One thing I learned from the parole officer that really surprised me is that he actually briefly attended college and was majoring in interpretive dance, of all things. He quit after like a semester, but still. You wouldn't expect that from him, I mean, he does have a very swishy tail, though. He swishes that tail. It conveys a lot of interpretive dance meaning. His tail is the hula dance of the cat world. It tells a story. Like, I'm checking where you are. You're right there. I keep batting my tail against you to make sure you haven't moved. Or, like, I'm going to get you. My tail's all like, I'm going to get you. He does that with Capillo. He doesn't really get me and Rachel, but he still tries to get Capillo sometimes. He's kind of a dick, But, also, Capillo seems to have this sort of SI down. Well, that's just the way he is. Because other times they lie right next to each other like they love each other, Who knows? Maybe they have an understanding that we don't understand. Like, yes, we see trouble bullying Capillo, but she's talking all kinds of shit with her meows, and we just don't understand them. If we did, maybe we'd understand why he's so mad at her. Is that true, Capillo? Are you talking shit to your brother? Is that why he's so mad at you sometimes? Or maybe she's just like one of those super sneaky, toxic people who only like picks on him when we're not looking, and then he always gets caught.
I wonder.
Probably not.
Yeah, probably not.
But maybe. Who's new joiners? Oh, Kakvasa, you're here. That's Contract under Guadalupe. First Seal is here. So if you want to check the terms of your contract under Guadalupe First Seal, he's the guy to ask. If you'd like to know a little more about Contract under Guadalupe First Seal, he makes visual arts with the computers. Let's see who else is here. I discovered the Americas. Well, I discovered one of the Americas, okay? It was South America. Obviously not the preferable America to discover, but that's the one I discovered. But it wasn't me who conquistadored them, okay? I just went there. I was like, hey, Mayans, what's up? They're like, you want to hang out with us? I'm like, no, you look like a bunch of fucking savages to me, so I'm out of here. I'm going to go try to find North America. And they warned me. They're like, there's just a bunch of fucking savages there too. I was like, well, we'll see. I'll believe it when I see it because I'm an SI type, you know. They were right. But I did manage to make off with a few pounds of mine gold.
Wow.
Yeah. I used it to buy amphetamines in Gold Rush era San Francisco.
That's so specific.
Yeah. 24 chapters. Goodbye, small community. Hello, big times. I've had as many as like 60 people at a live stream before, but it was probably a super exciting topic or something. I don't know. Maybe some big drama was going on. Back to 24. I don't know if I've ever hit 100, but I've gotten somewhere in the 60 range for sure. Maybe I've gotten 70. I don't know. Albino controversy. I am not an albino. For the last time, will people stop claiming I'm an albino? Look at my eyes. Are they red? No. Therefore, I'm not an albino mouse. One coward left. Back to 23. Uh-oh. Well, you know, I can only be so entertaining. If entertainment level beyond that which I can provide, then you're probably going to leave. If you expect, say, I don't know, us hitting each other in the face with pies, you're going to be eternally unhappy and dissatisfied because Rachel and I are never going to hit each other in the face with pies. In fact, we've already agreed that when we do the wedding cake thing, we're going to do it in a civilized fashion, not smush it on each other's faces. You know, Capillo, look, in general, you don't really want an eye full of anus in your YouTube live stream. But if you have to have one, Capillo's isn't bad, you know?
What's that?
Albanian? Do you think Capillo's anus is Albanian? How many cats in general have singular body parts that are of a certain nationality? I didn't know that happened. I thought Capillo was all American. Do we have any Albanian people in the chat? Probably not. Because the Albanian people have a little bit of a beef with me. I made a terrible faux pas and offended their whole country when I made fun of this one Albanian guy's hat. Unbeknownst to me, it's some sort of sacred national treasure. So, you know, they really didn't like me making fun of their hat. Do I think that pale albino Casper skinned chicks are sexy? No. I don't think I've ever even seen one. I don't want my woman translucent. I'd like her to be opaque. Albanians make decent gummy bears? Oh. Actually, Ruben, you're right, except they make decent peach rings. As you can see, these are Albanian peach rings. Albanese. That's technically the right word. Albanian is technically not the right word for Albanians. They're Albanese.
Albanese.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, they probably have posters up throughout Albania. Beat up this man on sight. He made fun of our hat. The thing is, I would say people are welcome to make fun of my hat. or hats, but I would never wear a hat that though. Unless I was dressing up as an Albanian for Halloween, then maybe I would. That's what I should do. Next Halloween, I should dress up as an Albanian. I just get one of those hats. I'll get Florian Marcou's hat. Yeah, I'm sure if I Googled that, it would pop up immediately, like results for where you could buy it.
It would.
I've never. Oh, Albanese, you think is a term that means Albanian vagina? I don't think so. I think it just refers to anything that's Albanian is Albanese. I don't need to put on fake chest hair. I have real chest hair. Not a lot of it. I'm not like Tom Selleck. But I got chest hair. Let me show you. Let me show you my sparse and pitiful chest hairs. See them? I don't know if you can see them or not, really. You can't really see them. Now you don't believe me that I have chest hairs because you can't really see them. Well, I do. I have some chest hairs. But I also have hairs on the bridge of my nose that I have to pluck out. So you never hear anybody say, wow, that's manly about nose bridge hairs. But Rachel doesn't have any nose bridge hairs. So I'm guessing it's a man thing. Unfortunately, I also get ear hairs. So I have to pluck them because I don't want to be one of those old men like Kurt Vonnegut or whatever has got a bunch of puff of hair out of his ear. I'm all dressed up, but I have nowhere to go. That's not true. I could go outside. I could go that way, that way, that way, or that way. There's 4 directions to outside I could go. And those 4 directions are north, south, east, and west. I'll tell you what, Jan Jams. Let me just make you a moderator temporarily and put the link. When you read The Voyage of the Beagle, you would get more viewers. You mean read it out loud? Like audiobook? I've read some audiobook stuff on YouTube before, like public domain stuff, short stories that I like, read them out loud. But maybe you mean if I read The Voyage of the Beagle, I would learn something from that that would inform me about how to get more viewers. So I'm not sure which sense you mean that sentence. And accordingly, I can't give you a clear response to it. If you want to inform me in which capacity you mean that sentence, then that's fine. Who's the one that you think looks like me? Oh, okay. ENTP. Here it is. Okay, well, I don't know which one you think looks like me. There's one guy with a beard doesn't look very much like me, I don't think. But Oh, the beard guy? He doesn't look very much like me, really. But he does have a beard. He's the same age as me. He's kind of got this long nose thing going on, you know. But I would not trust that page to at all to have pictures necessarily of ENTPs to represent ENTP. They don't. There's nothing. There's nothing you can validate visual typing against. Is the problem. If that's the methodology you use, then it's just you've decided this range of appearance means this. You might be right most of the time, but regardless, you can't defend your claims with that kind of methodology, you know. Oh, Charles Darwin wrote it, huh? Once upon a time, there was a boat called the Beagle, and there was a guy called Charles Darwin. Me! This is my story. Is that how it starts? I hope so. That would be a great beginning. Gotta recommend Odd Taxi again for those who didn't hear the recommendation earlier. Really smart anime, like no other anime that I've ever seen, because it makes its hay with its brilliant, intuitive writing, which is not like animes really ever are. The main character is an INTP. The show was clearly written by an NTP, probably an INTP, and it's it's so smart that the words go by so fast that I sometimes can't read them all in time because it's got a lot to say, you know. Okay, we'll do Jan Jams. Remove moderator. It's the story of a boat made full of bagels. Yeah, Odd Taxi on Crunchyroll. It's something that I've seen for years but never have checked out because I assumed, just looking at it, that it was sort of like a series of unrelated one-off things. People getting in and out of taxi or whatever with animals, like whatever. It's probably some dumb comedy or something. But finally, I looked at it enough to see what its rating was, and it was 4.9. So I was like, I'm afraid you're going to hit Bobby with it, Miss Fortune. So I'm going to hold off on that for right now. But instead, it's this really nuanced, intelligent mystery with rich, deep characters. It's really impressive. Um, and again, unlike any other anime I've ever seen. So, what's my favorite anime? Well, I mean, you kind of have to go Attack on Titan. I think it's hard to make an argument that there's another anime that's better or had more just like sheer emotional and and otherwise impact. Like those were very lightning fast 22 minutes, you know, and you'd be like, oh my god, I cannot believe I have to wait a week to the next part. But I can think of other anime that I found absolutely delightful and enjoyed the living hell out of. Um, Maybe as much as or more than, because Attack on Titan is a little dark, you know. I tend to prefer things that aren't quite so dark, but it balances it kind of perfectly. Regardless, like I really enjoy this one called Gate, not Steins Gate, which I also liked, but not as much as Gate. Gate is this one where the Japanese military goes to another world instead of it's an isekai, but Japan sends its self defense forces with tanks and guns and shit and airplanes into another world, and they have like swords and dragons and stuff. and they they have automatic machine gun fire just mowing down all these like knights and shit. It's fantastic. That one was great. I like Overlord a lot. That one was really good. I like Fire Force a lot. Unfortunately, they only did 2 seasons of it. I like World Trigger a lot. Blue Blue Lock was fucking fantastic. The best sports anime I've ever seen. I liked Haikyuu. I liked a little bit. What's his name? Basketball. You know that one. I forget what his name is. Kurasano's basketball or something like that. I really liked So I'm a Spider, So What? I really liked I've been reincarnated as a slime. I really liked uh, Sword Art Online. I really liked uh, One Punch Man's great. I don't like Bleach. I don't like One Piece at all. Um, my first my first thing I was really into was Shippuden, Naruto Shippuden. That is good, but it is slow because of how it increasingly keeps having more flashbacks that it keeps doing to refer to things that you already know about. It's just like they got they got like they tried to squeeze too many episodes out of it or something. Yeah, I watched JoJo. I like it. It's great. It was really good. I watched once I started watching it. I watched the whole thing. But I agree with you about. Well, actually, the first time I started watching it, I stopped in part one, and I said, "This isn't good. I don't know if people like it so much." And then somebody told me what you said, and I said, "Give it another chance." And where I said I said on watching where I'd stopped, and they said like it's just about to get good. So I went back to it, and they were right. It did get good, but in my mind, it's not top tier. Um, it's a little too cartoony, I guess, to be top tier. One Punch Man is pretty top tier. That's pretty great. Uh, I also like Uncle from Another World on Netflix. That's a Netflix anime, but it's pretty funny. It's pretty good. Currently, I love Hell's Paradise. I watched the new episode of that today. It's fantastic. And the Ancient Magus's Apprentice season 2 is fantastic. Uh, Probably the fastest 22 minutes this season is Michelle, Magic and Muscles, or Mashal, whatever, however you say it. Um, those 22 minutes go by so fast. The most recent episode, in which like 2 of the 4 fights that they'd set up in the previous episode happened, was so good. Yoshikage Kira in part 4. I've never seen Yoshikage Kira. I don't know. Oh, are you talking about part 4 of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure? I don't remember that character. I don't remember JoJo's Bizarre Adventure that well because, well, for one thing, I watch so much anime. Um, that's all you gotta say when someone tries to break up with you. No, no, no. Don't do that. It's just about to get good. Maybe I didn't watch. Maybe I didn't watch part 4. Maybe I just watched the first 3 parts. I may not have finished it all the way. I finished it maybe on the platform where I was watching it. They only went to part 3. I don't remember a fourth one, so maybe the platform I was watching it didn't have it. Probably it's on Crunchyroll. I was probably watching it on Netflix. When Netflix has an anime that's well, like JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, I'd want to watch that on 1.5 speed because the there's not that much text to process. I want it to go. I want the anime to go as fast as I can process the text. I would never turn up the speed on Odd Taxi. It is. It's like BoJack Horseman in that there's so much going on in the story, in the dialogue. Like a lot of times I'll have like background dialogue going on, like he's listening to something on the car radio, and then periodically they'll have dialogue, and it's it's a lot to keep track of, you know. So yeah, well, I do like JoJo's Bizarre Adventures use of like tarot and stuff, right? That's cool, interesting. Um, but like I think Hunter x Hunter has a good like magic economy or whatever, power economy. I think Black Clover has a pretty good power economy. You know, shows that have good power economy to me are ones in which uh, you get two, you get multiple OP people who are OP in different and either you know compatible or incompatible ways, rather than you know other this kind of where it's like guy goes to the other world, becomes super powerful, way more powerful than everybody else. That's an example of a poor power economy. The blue haired girl in annoys me endlessly. The blue haired girl in what? I don't know which one that was you're talking about. No, I don't.
I think I'm gonna take medicine and go and read.
Okay, I'll see you maybe in a bit, or maybe I'll be up for a while longer.
Sure.
Love you.
Love you too.
Um, Raylene, why Raylene ended up at the Duke's Mansion is also really good, and it's a girl cartoon, but I like it a lot. Some girl cartoons can be a little too girly for me. Like A Galaxy Next Door is a sweet love story about an anime guy who gets stung by the stinger of this woman from another world who is actually a princess, and being stung by the stinger means now you have to get married, and he's taking care of two small children because his parents died or something like that, and I don't know, their parents died or something like that. He's like a much older brother or an uncle, I'm not really sure. Regardless, he's got these two little kids, and they're kind of instant family thing, and the episodes are about like they go to the zoo and they hold hands and they blush a lot. It's cute. It's earnest. It's sweet, but it's just a little too girly for me. I like girly cartoons sometimes a lot, but that one is too girly. I liked the movie Interstellar as well. I liked it a lot. It made sense to me. What's not to make sense about it? How does it not make sense? It makes perfectly good sense. There are dudes that argue they watch My Little Pony for the story and the writing. Well, it's possible they could watch it for the story and the writing just because they're interested in analyzing or deconstructing how My Little Pony episodes are written. But it doesn't necessarily mean they like the writing. But regardless, it's not a good use of their time to watch My Little Pony. It seems to be more like media consumption theater than actual media consumption. Oh well, the main character in Video Horseman, the dog, Mr. Peanut Butter's not a douche at all. BoJack Horseman's a douchebag, but Mr. Peanut Butter is just an ESFJ. Love was the answer to the universe. I guess I don't remember the end of Interstellar very well. I remember them like being in suspended animation. And the ship like breaks down part way where they're supposed to go where they're going, and they ends up being just the two of them. They have to live out their lives on the ship, and that it's ultimately they conclude that it wasn't so bad, right? Something like that. It doesn't have a. You don't have to have a moral to it that says, therefore, love is the answer to the universe. Anne Hathaway, was she in that movie? Well, Anne Hathaway of finding yourself into some pretty good movies, I guess. So good for her. I guess I don't remember that bit because I was just like, okay, go finish up with this bit, probably. You know, if it was indeed an ill-advised foray into meaning making, then I do not blame those people for critiquing it. But uh, either I don't really remember the scene, or it didn't bug me that much, or I didn't think it was a significant enough uh, flaw to mar the total success of the thing, the overall success of the thing. You watched Spider-Man Across the Verse last week, and it was very good. I'd like to see that. Do you have to go to the movie theater to see it, or can you find it online yet? Well, I don't really want to go to the movie theater to see it. Going to the movie theater is just like watching a movie that you can't pause when you go outside to smoke. We did go see a couple of movies at the movie theater in Oakhurst. We saw two of them. You went all the way then, not halfway. You get one wonder point for that. It's not Wednesday, so point values aren't double, but you do get a wonder point. Congratulations. Ex Machina. I might have seen it. But you know what? I got nobody saying yes. I've seen A-Team. Did anybody here see A-Team? Surprisingly good movie. Like it maybe I was so impressed by it because I had kind of low expectations, but I don't think so. I think it was genuinely quite a good movie. Yeah, A-Team, 2010. Yeah, it was quite good. I like action movies when they're actually like action and they keep you going. Like, what's gonna happen? Yes, Liam Neeson. He he parachutes a tank out of a plane, but then part of it gets shot holes in the parachute, so it's not working very well. So what he does is he tilts the tank pointing downwards. First, he has to point it sideways, the turret sideways, and then he shoots it so he pushes him over more towards the lake. And then somehow he angles the whole tank down and shoots it down so that he doesn't hit the water at such a high speed. They didn't explain how he managed to go from turret sideways to get him to go sideways to him pointing down. Maybe one of the drones that was chasing him conveniently shot off two of the straps. Yes, I have watched Hot Fuzz. I did like it, but I am not as enamored of it as you seem to be. Uh, it seemed like an enjoyable movie to watch, but I didn't like take away from it like, oh my god, I gotta recommend this to everybody, you know. I tell you what, one of the worst movies that I've ever seen is that I forget about when I think about bad movies. It was this uh, MCU movie that was like a offshoot of Doctor Strange. So it had some Asian guy learning that magic that Doctor Strange uses, and it's called like Chow Lin and the Seven Whatevers or something like that. Oh my god, that movie was so bad. Shang-Chi and the whatevers, Shin Liu. It was terrible. Oh, so terrible. Shang Sung. I don't know what it's called, but it. I would not recommend it to anybody. You watched the new Ant-Man movie recently. It was decent, but I'll watch anything with Paul Rudd. I thought about checking that one out. I may still do so. I do like MCU movies in general. Some of them are terrible, obviously, like that. Like Asian Pacific Islander month version of Doctor Strange. That was terrible. Paul Rudd is humanity's main character. He is in so many things and has been in so many things. He has good taste in projects too. He usually is in stuff that's pretty good. Well, you know, to the extent that an MCU movie feels formulaic because you're watching it in that fashion, whether it's that formula or some other, then it's always going to fall short of great, sometimes very far short of it. But when they're done properly, it doesn't feel formulaic. It's the right amount of surprising, the right amount of familiar, the right amount of everything balanced perfectly, and most of all, it has a good vision to begin with. It's a good idea to begin with, you know. I never saw a 1 hour photo. MCU equals my chemical underarms. My chemical underarms are a problem because recently, as my biology changes as I've grown older, my armpits have begun emitting mustard gas. So naturally, I'm a public health threat. There was a Netflix movie with Paul Rudd that you liked. What was it called? Sweet Romantic Comedy, Part 12. I'm taking care of a disabled kid. And you know what? In the end, it turns out the disabled kid helped me more than I helped him. Horrible. I don't like those kind of movies. Role models? I don't think I've seen role models, but now you guys maybe want to see it. You know what I used to have for breakfast? Cocaine. Now it's like hardly any place serves it. Okay, I will watch it. I read one time this, like, okay, I'll give it a shot. I'll check it out. Um, what was I about to say? I'm tired all of a sudden. I'm tired too. I don't know if I'm bedtime tired, but I am tired. I need a beverage, and I need to go outside and smoke a cigarette. Being without a beverage, well, everything is a little bit drier when you don't have a beverage. So that's fine in circumstances where you begin too wet, but I'm not currently too wet, so obviously things being drier is not an advantage because it's like the inside of my body, it needs to stay wet, or else I don't know, it'll like wither and die or something. The outside of my body can be dry just fine. Maybe it gets a little flaky scales on it. But inside is dry. I have drank so much sand. Because the inside of my body is like an amphibian. It can go out of water, but it needs to stay moist. Oh, I left my lighter inside. I'm so good at this. I'm so bad at smoking.
You left your cigarettes inside? Your lighter?
I said I only ate 12 times.
I love you.
I love you too, my darling. Flaky outside, beverage on the inside. Yep, that's me. On the outside, I look like a regular person. But on the inside, it's all beverage. Ow. Okay. Arnold Palmer Light Half and Half. Now, I don't know if I talked about this on stream previously, or I was just talking with Rachel about it, but Arizona has this with strawberry in it too. And they still call it an Arnold Palmer. If drinks operated like that, that lemonade half and half, lemonade and iced tea is an Arnold Palmer. And therefore lemonade, iced tea, and strawberry is also an Arnold Palmer, then the only drinks they would serve at Starbucks would be coffee and tea. It needs to have its own name as a beverage. Since an Arnold Palmer is named after a sports person, I decided lemonade, iced tea, and strawberry is called the Shea Langoliers. We're going to name it after Oakland's light-hitting, good defensively strong, and quick afoot catcher, Shea Langoliers. Shea Langoliers has had a good year in terms of throwing out base runners. I heard the announcer say it just 2 days ago in the A's game. So I'm just quoting him. I don't know Langoliers' throwing out base runners stats compared against other catchers. I know that this year all the throwing out base runner stats are down because they changed the rules to make it easier to steal bases. Well, they did that. They also changed the rules to save time in a way that made it easier to steal bases. They made the bases bigger a little bit, which made it inherently easier to steal bases. But it's really you can't go over to first more than, well, if you go over a third time, you have to pick them off or it counts as a balk. So that has made it easier to steal bases. Of course, the defenses are adjusting a bit now. So you see more throws by the catcher to first. That doesn't use up one of the pitchers go to firsts. Anyway, I'm hopeful that this upcoming week, Rachel and I are going to go to another A's game. I looked at tickets in advance, and they were a lot more expensive than we paid for our tickets for the best seats in the stadium. So I think the reason we paid what we paid is because we bought them the day of, when at that point they know they're not going to be able to get rid of them very easily or whatever. So I think we'll wait until the day before the day of the game we want to go to. I'll look at the prices again and see if they've gone down. I think they probably will have, because the A's have won a few games now in a row. Like, I believe they're 15 and 60 or something like that. They were 12 and 60. So they are on a bit of a hot streak. But I don't think that's really going to bring the fans back to the stadium. But what may make attendance go up a little bit is the fact that what looked like a sure thing, this move to Vegas idea, is now getting pushback from Nevada's voting populace. They don't want public funding of the stadium. Intelligently, Los Angeles intelligently rejected that asinine notion as well. You want a new stadium? Build your own fucking stadium. Because any objective assessment of the matter proves that public funding of sports stadiums to attract major sports franchises is a losing proposition for any metropolis that does it. That's not what we should be spending taxpayer money on. And no, like, issuing bonds isn't better. It's, if anything, it's worse, because then you're spending more, because you're not just spending the amount, but also the interest on the bonds. I have to go poo now. Yes, I do, kitty. I have to go poo. So I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to put you guys here. Right here. Nestled away in this cute little spot here in the bathroom. Exactly where you want to be. Looking out the hallway, down the hall. You keep an eye out for ghosts while I go to the bathroom. Because I have a sneaking suspicion that when I'm not looking down this hallway, lots of ghosts are walking back and forth. Do I have any reason to believe that? No. But that's what makes it a belief instead of a knowledge. It's just what I feel like thinking. I feel all SI tingly just from going pee. Oh. Yeah, I like SI tingles. There we go. Right. And they make me chew my tongue. I've got lots of weird little SI ticks chewing on the inside of my cheek or hello. Oh yes. Like how I have a habit of sitting at the edge of the chair rather than leaning back and being comfortable. Because somehow I want to be more ready to stand up or something. It doesn't really make a lot of sense, but I catch myself doing it all the time. Like, how much do I need to be efficient there? Like, I don't want to have to go from reclining to sitting up very often because that's too much work. So I'm just going to sit here uncomfortably at the edge of the chair the whole time. It's insane. Oh, yes. What a handsome mister. What an important kitty. Daddy loves you, and Daddy knows. Daddy knows. Do you know why Daddy knows? Because Daddy loves. And do you know why Daddy loves? It's because Daddy knows. But that's circular reasoning, Daddy, says Trouble in objection. And I go, oh no, I've been caught. I thought I could sneak that one past him since he was just a cat. But, you know, he's still TI conscious, fourth slot. So, he caught me. I was surprised he said it out loud to me because, you know, F.E. Dom. But I guess his early life of you know, growing up on the rough streets of Arcadia probably accounts for his somewhat more stick and less carrot form of FE. FE is made out of sticks and carrots. And even though I'm an NE Dom, I can't think of anything else in the world that's made out of just sticks and carrots. Well, yeah, stick carrot salad, of course, but that doesn't count. Because that's food, and food doesn't count. It's not my favorite salad. Because, like a lot of people, I don't like eating sticks. The carrots are whatever, but unseasoned stick carrot salad reminds me too much of elementary school. They served that every Thursday. Okay, I'm going to stand up now. Don't peek. So far, I have successfully accomplished my main goal on YouTube, which is, despite live streaming in very many contexts all the time, blah, 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 I've never accidentally shown my wiener on camera. I plan to make it the whole rest of my life with that accomplishment still sustained. Your wiener? Eric, that kind of crass talk has No business. I'd be in big trouble with YouTube if I accidentally showed my wiener. I wouldn't purposefully show it because I'd be in big trouble with YouTube. And I don't want to get in trouble with YouTube. I don't mind Michelle Shock suing me, but I don't want to get in trouble with YouTube. Plus, I'm pretty sure there's not much of an audience for that particular video. I mean, maybe people who already knew about me would be curious or something. But obviously, if I did ever accidentally, I would take it down immediately because, again, I don't want to get in trouble with YouTube. Also, I feel no need to show the world my penis. Derek's 1 million subscribers special wiener reveal. It has to be on a different platform because I could get in trouble with YouTube. I'd have a one-time video on OnlyFans when I get to 1 million subs. Okay, everybody, here's my wiener. Here, God, look at it. And everyone would be like, that was anticlimactic. Wonder points for Jan? Why are you you don't get to award wonder points, first of all. But, oh, I see, for the idea of the 1 million sub special winner reveal. Okay, fair enough. Jams, I'm going to award you 1 wonder point for that. You earned it. Doesn't hurt to have another congressman second your motion that you didn't make. Well, I wonder if people would prefer to see the boner. Maybe it should be free boner, but if you want to see it flaccid, it's $500. Because flaccid's less flattering to me. You manifested? You manifested. What did you manifest? Yes, we manifested. Yes, we manifested. 100, 100 equals up to 200. Like I said, show media, like every other man, my wiener is many different sizes, constantly changing size. Well, Miss Fortune, I do tell. You have a flagpole in your pants. That's why your feet can't touch the ground. It's a spectrum. Yeah, it's like what your penis is doing, like somewhat to your mood, you know. Like if you are strutting your stuff, it's extending itself, making itself generally known more in your pants. Everyone stop getting so personal. Anyway, do you have foreskin, Eric? No, I don't. I had it, but then I had a bear mauling occur. I was fortunate. The bear's claw swipe just got the foreskin of my penis. It was the cleanest circumcision the doctors had ever seen when I went in afterwards. He told me. In fact, I hear later that hospital attempted to hire the bear as a doctor, but the bear said, "No thanks. I'm eating honey." Everybody's shrinkage is ridiculous, hardcore ridiculous shrinkage. If it's like cold outside, or whatever you got there, it'll just retract all the way back as far as it can go, you know. You lost yours in a tragic foreskin losing accident too. CJ O'Connell, I always said we were kind of linked destiny wise. Because I think what happened afterwards is we were both at the hospital at the same time. We both wanted our foreskins reattached, but they got them mixed up. And that's why the reattachment wouldn't take, you know. It might eventually just shriveled up and dried off. Stitches fell out, and I went over to CJ afterwards and I said, "Pull down your pants," and he did, and I looked, and same thing was going on with his. So just goes to show you, you can't reattach another man's foreskin to your own penis and expect good results. I mean, for one thing, CJ's penis and foreskin are jet black. So the foreskin did not match my penis at all, which is pinkish gray. Reuben was born with a 10-foot long foreskin. And he had to wear a scrunchie or else it would hang down his pant legs. So eventually, his deeply anti-Semitic parents agreed, "Okay, fine, you can get a circumcision." That's when Reuben came over to my house and said, "Hey, Eric, you still got that sharp knife?" And I said, "You mean my Swiss Army knife?" He said, "Yeah." I was like, "Yeah, but right now I can only find this dull spider coat." He's like, "It's fine, whatever. I'm sure I won't even feel it." "Okay, you want me to sterilize it or something?" He's like, "Nah, the blood will sterilize it." Like, "Okay." And I sawed off his foreskin. And he's like, "Oh, thank God that's gone." And I said, "Do you want to keep it?" And he said, "Well, do you want to keep it?" And I said, "Yeah, I do want to keep it." And Reuben, of course, said, "Well, why do you want to keep it?" And I said, "Well, because it's a perfect size for a leg warmer." And that's why I'm wearing Reuben's foreskin as a leg warmer. That's how, in fact, that's how I got my role in the movie Fame. Because the casting director said, "That leg warmer has it." I said, "Well, I'm not going to just lend you my leg warmer. If you want to see it in your movie, you're going to have to cast me in the movie." So they gave me the main character's role, Steven, who danced his way in the hard knock city of New York. Yeah, only an ENFJ would say that. They've offered their own foreskin. Do you want to keep it? Do you want to keep it? And that's how Stella got her groove back. Exactly. She got to wear, in one scene, my leg warmer, and all of a sudden her dancer's block. Dancer's block is the equivalent of writer's block for dancers. It was gone. She danced like she had never danced before. All of a sudden, Guilty Feet did have rhythm. Because she had really guilty feet. They had stomped on so many adorable creatures. She never watched where she was going. She'd be walking down the street and, I thought that was a squirrel. So that caused her feet to lose rhythm for a little while. Finally, she said, you know what? Fuck it. I don't even care. And then she started to dance well again. He didn't autograph it, but actually, Reuben at first, when he was first born, they mistook him for a thoroughbred racehorse. And they always tattoo thoroughbred racehorses so that nobody can confuse them for other ones. They did the tattoo on what they thought was his inner thigh. It was actually his foreskin. Because, well, the reason they thought he was a horse in the first place was because the foreskin, when he first came out of his mom, it looked like a horse's face. And the doctor knew his mom had a affection for horses in general and thought maybe she'd taken it too far. So they tattooed his foreskin with the name Sprinting for the Finish, which was his thoroughbred name. Only later did his parents realize, oh my God, beneath all this foreskin is a human boy. That's when they said, we need to give him a human name. And even though on his birth certificate it says Dashing for the Finish Line, everybody agreed to just call him Reuben. So, and they settled on that over lunch at Cantor's Deli. It was a sandwich they were eating. They said, good enough for a sandwich, good enough for our son. The rest is history. But legally, if Reuben has to go to a court proceeding or something, the document says Dashing for the Finish Line is his name. What would I do for Satan? Probably nothing. I can't imagine that Satan would ask me to do a task that I would feel like, I can trust this guy. This is surely a good task for me to do. He's notoriously untrustworthy. It's kind of like his main deal, even. I'm Satan. I'm the father of lies. Hey, you want to make a deal with me? Well, no, because you're probably lying to me. After all, you are the father of lies. Well, I mean, just because I'm the father of lies doesn't mean I tell lies. It just means my children are all lies. See? But I don't know, Satan. Even that could be a lie. Once you're affiliated with lying, you really lose all your credibility, and so obviously I don't want to do any kind of business with you because I can't trust you at all. Makes me want to invest in a racehorse named Three Skin. That's a great name. I won't. Don't worry, show media. There's no chance of me doing that. Better to be annoying than to be called a liar. I mean, once it's established that you're not reliable in your public testimony about things, it doesn't have to be in a court, but it's like, just because I know that Steve lied to his wife about where he was going. He was really going to the racetrack, but he told her he was going to visit somebody because he didn't want her to know she was gambling or something. That's not necessarily going to make me think somebody's untrustworthy, knowing if I know something like that about them. It doesn't necessarily make me think they're a liar. They have to lie about something that's a public statement. Then they lose all their credibility. Because that's the difference. It's like what the Ten Commandments says, It's not a sin to lie necessarily. It's a sin to give false testimony. In other words, you can't lie about anything that other people are relying on the truth for in order to make their own decisions, because then they're going to be making the wrong decisions based on your lie. But if this husband, hypothetical husband, is lying to his wife by going to the track, it's it's a little bit different. It's more like it's most likely a coping mechanism because the relationship is bad and the wife doesn't validate what the husband wants to do. Maybe appropriately if the husband's got some kind of gambling problem, but if she's just controlling, he should, instead of being avoidant, can be direct and confront that shit. But it's still that kind of lie. Knowing somebody told that kind of lie is not necessarily going to make me think that they're not trustworthy. Do not bear false witness. Okay, I got the wording a little wrong, but yeah, same concept. Let's see. I'm going to go outside, smoke a cigarette. Well, I remember my cigarette and my lighter, but I didn't remember my drink. Wah, wah, wah. I'm gonna go get it. Well, probably after this cigarette, I go back in and check the chat for any last important questions or things that need to be addressed, and then wrap this up. I may or may not go to bed. We'll see what happens. But I feel like I'm satiated. I've gotten a good amount of live streaming in. I've spoken lots of words. I said many important things that everybody should hear, and I've smoked some cigarettes. I've drank some iced tea, smoked some bowls. I've done everything I want to do during the live stream. I am a little hungry. I have a little bit of that chicken cacciatore and that chicken parmesan left inside. Probably eat a few bites of that. Then, who knows? We'll see. It is Saturday night. It's not that late. I might go to the casino. This time, make sure I sit down at the $5 minimum table instead of the $15 minimum. Last time it worked out fine, but that doesn't mean I should do that. It was an accident. It's better to play the $5 minimum table. Because that reduces the chances that you're gonna just like have a immediate bad streak and lose all your chips or something. Blackjack's a pretty even odds game. The players got a pretty good shot at blackjack. It's the casino has the smallest advantage in blackjack of any table game, and if you play smart and conservative, you don't start making wild bets all over the place or whatever, then even if you lose, you'll lose your money slowly. You'll go up and down. But it's possible to go up enough to make you go, fuck, I might as well just take this money and go home. That's happened the last two times. It's probably not going to happen this time. But you never know. Since blackjack does go up and down, the key is knowing when to leave. I'm pretty good at knowing when to leave. But whether you get to that spot or not, or you lose all your money, that's another question. If you're having a bad luck night, you may try to get close back up to your buy-in, but never quite get there, and you know. Then it's also about knowing when to leave. Don't lose all your money if you're clearly like, okay, it's not my night. Cut your losses and go. And don't buy more chips no matter what. That's the rule in casinos. You buy your initial buy-in of chips either for poker or I prefer blackjack, I guess, because I'm so shitty at poker. And poker is kind of slow. Blackjack's a lot faster. Um, if you lose your buy-in, you go home. Don't go buy more chips. Try to win back your money or something like that. That's not a good idea. Otherwise, I don't have any problem with gambling because I'm not subject to fiendiness like that with gambling. I am subject to a certain amount of fiendiness with drugs. Um, Sometimes even with like food, I guess maybe. If I'm really on like a hardcore candy kick, and it's like, I'm gonna eat all this candy. Yeah. We're not gambling. Acacia's here. Well, hello, Acacia. You're anti rituals and evil stuff. Well, I don't think you need to add the and evil stuff. I'm pretty sure everybody's against evil stuff. At least at least overtly. Nobody says, I'm into evil stuff. I like being evil. I like it when people are evil to me. Maybe Toby Maguire. He might be explicitly into evil stuff. But you gotta be a really warped person to enjoy inducing suffering. All right, but look, being edgy and sort of pretending to be into the dark side of things is a lot different than actually being evil. In other words, goth people are not evil. They're just not using good intuition regarding their style. Those people who claim to worship Satan in metal music they're just cosplaying. Real evil people like Kim Jong Un don't say anything about aligning with evil. They think they're the side of good because they're just that warped. Like if you're the son of a dictator, you trained all your life that you are inherently better than everybody else, you're gonna turn out fucked up, you know. That it's perfectly fine if you use violence against you can imagine this kid being raised and being taken place by his father and saying, now we're killing these people because they blah. Obviously he's gonna be super evil and not think he's evil for some reason, you know, because like, but not all of the Kim Jong Un family went that way. They had another one that they assassinated who was more Western minded, you know. Scene cuts to Eric tied up in a chair being offered to assume human sacrifice. Well, turns out I was wrong. I thought this heavy metal band was just posturing on stage until their drummer came and seized me and dragged me off into a back room. And the reason they said was because they saw me with a crucifix. So they wanted to get me. Now they're going to feed me to the lions. But what they don't know is lions hate the way I taste. They say I have a sour, acrid taste that just turns them off me. They can even smell it on me. Well, I guess I'm going to wrap it up. I've enjoyed every minute of this. I'm not dressed up. I just put on a jacket because I keep going outside to smoke and it's just a little chilly out, you know. Where you put, I had this same blue shirt on without the jacket. Nobody said it was dressed up. This is just my general purpose jacket. I look a little bit more dressed up when I have the hat on too. I look kind of dressed up. No, you know what? Actually, I think I'm gonna go to the casino. You know, it's like I kind of feel like guilty for some reason. Like, oh, I shouldn't do that, but why not? I think I'm gonna go. Play a little blackjack. Probably lose because I've won the last 2 times. So, you know, gotta figure percentages. The odds eventually don't work in your favor. This hat makes me look like the creep who's always at the library. Well, what if you saw me in this outfit at a blackjack table? What would you think? I know it's not the beginning of my future missing 411 case. I'm not going to be getting out of the car in the woods for Sasquatch to abduct me. I'm just driving from here to the casino and back. It's a good day numerology wise. Well, that's good. Try hard. Okay. Well, what do you think about this other hat? I'd rather you think bald guy wearing a hat rather than try hard. What about this hat? This looks pretty more, a little more friendly, right? A little more warm. 6'11" or 6'12" is good. What does that mean? I don't get that 6'11" or 6'12" is good. Okay, I'll wear this hat then. I'll take your guys' advice and I'll wear this hat. So, no, I'm not gonna smoke a pipe. That's not my preferred kind of tobacco. I prefer to smoke cigarettes. So that's what I'm going to do. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to end this stream and I'm going to download, not this live stream, but the last one we just done processing, and listen to it on the way to the casino. Because it's a solid hour and 20 minutes or so to get from here to the casino. So it's good to have time to listen to. Of course, I have no cell phone reception, but even if I did, my phone doesn't have any operationality at all because Sprint T-Mobile has closed that thing down. So I have to go to the store and get it fixed. But who knows when I'm going to do that? It could be 100 years. All right. So I'll see y'all later. And no, yeah, I don't stream. I'm playing. I can't pay attention to anything but blackjack when I'm playing blackjack. It goes fast. It's not like poker where you got a lot of downtime. So anyway, see y'all later. Should be fun at the casino next Saturday night. And don't forget to rock your rolls and roll your rocks, because ain't nobody else gonna do it for you.